Thanks, riders. If you don't leave the track, thank you, all riders. To leave the track, 7 minutes to start time, 7 minutes to start time. So buckle yourself in. We have got a top-class field here in the National Elimination Championship. Josh Duffy, #1, Lucas Platt, #3, Graham Frisley, 4, James Moriarty, the Queenslander, 5, Justin Plowright, won the Melbourne Awardable this year and also has been crowned the National Road Series winner. Matt Richardson, the Tokyo Olympian, has got #7. Thomas Cornish, the under-19 World 1,000 metre time trial record holder, just missed breaking the 1 minute barrier, but he did that at the Nationals up at the Animators Velodrome. #10, the Sam Gallagher. #11, the West Australian living in South Australia, that's Ollie Blennon. #12, you all know him, Zach Gilmore, riding on his home track. Great to have Zach back, a part of the ARA Academy up there in Queensland. #13, from the Netherlands, Ryan Schultz. #15, very, very impressive, Liam Walsh. Also another down in Queensland, #16, Noah Blannon. #21, Connor Rowley, represented Australia twice at Junior World Championships and is a gold medalist in the Keren at junior level. Be riding for Ireland in the future. #20, Hamish McKenzie, a talented young boy from Tasmania who took out the under-19 individual pursuit at the National Championships. #22, Dalton Stretton, has been very impressive, as has #26, hails from Ipswich up there in Queensland, that is Byron Davies. #29, Jack Menzies, along with #27, William Eves. These two boys have really been impressive so far on the first 3 days of the Tasmanian Christmas Carnivals. Another youngster, he won the Georgetown wheel race last year, was in the under-17 category, that is Flynn Ritzmer. #40, Campbell Palmer, can he make it back-to-back Burnie wheel races tomorrow? He took out the Burnie wheel race last year and also won the 1,000 metre handicap. He's wearing #40. And #24, he hails from South Australia, that is Angus Miller. And we've also got a class field in the women.
Yeah, the women's field is absolutely looking like a delight of a national championships and one that is worthy of the national title. Our #1 rider, Alex Manley, 2, Maeve Plouffe, 3, Christina Clonan, and she has been delighting everybody at these carnivals. She is the Triple Crown winner of the national championships with the time trial, the sprint and the Keren. That is a sprinter's delight. The only thing she got the silver in was the team sprint, and she looks forward to developing more riders for the team sprint. Georgia Baker, how good was she in the wheel race just here at Launceston? But Lauren Perry, the local girl, she's riding with a rider at 107. We'll be calling her #7 as such. She won in Hobart, and she is probably one of the favourites here. Chloe Moran has been delighting everybody. Sophie Edwards, Ali Anderson, the South Australian, now former Alice Springs rider from Northern Territory. Katarina Chung All from South Australia. Dahlia Haynes, Meg Marker. Well, Meg Marker, we used to say Meg Marker, the Northern Territory rider. We now say Meg Marker, the winner of the Davenport wheel race. Amelie Langham, Eugenia O'Rourke, Suzanne Straits, and she's been riding from those limit marks like a champion. Felicity Wilson Hafferton, the winner here in a Launceston wheel race. Penny May, Lizanne Wilmot as riding as Canadian. Amy Wright and Shannon McCurley. Now, just on the national championships, under Oz cycling rules, an international rider can win the gold medal. But an international rider, and I'll give you the definition of an international rider very shortly, cannot be crowned national champion of Australia. They can win the gold medal, so the national champion will be the highest placed Australian rider. In the case, I'm going to use the rider of Connor Rowley as an example. He rides for Ireland. He represents Ireland, but he is very much an Australian. He has an Australian cycling licence. If Connor Rowley competed in the Irish National Championships, he is ineligible to be the Australian champion in 2021. And it doesn't matter if he won a medal or not, if he competed, he is ineligible. That will mean those riders, Connor Rowley, the rider of Schiltz, Ryan Schiltz, competed in the Nationals in Netherlands, and Shannon McCurley also competed in the Nationals in Ireland. Lizanne Wilmot, we believe, did not compete in the Nationals, and she is therefore eligible. Attention, women, for the Elimination National Championship 2021. Can you please report immediately to marshalling? Ian, with the Elimination being a national championship, whilst we, at a state championship, we moderately change our calling to ensure we don't give away any clues, we don't excite the riders in any way or give away any tactics. In a national championship, a lot of our calling will be very much fact, only facts and very little information. We will certainly be doing our best to call the eliminated rider. That will come directly from the commissaire, who is right next to the judge. So we'll be relayed that information, and we'll be changing our, modifying our calling to suit the national championships.
For free laps, and then a rider will be eliminated every second lap after that. National Elimination Championship. So Michael Bailey fires the pistol and they're on their way. So the first 4 laps are free. Haven't we got a class field here on the boards here at the Silverdome in Launceston? I tell you what, we think you're at the National Championships or World Championships when you see a field of women lined up like this. Of course, this is a National Championship, so we have got an additional starter. She's 16 years of age. That's her now towards the rear. That is Belinda Bailey. Belinda Bailey is getting some great experience here riding against the Australian squad. A few riders have scratched. Christina Clonan, the sprinter, has decided not to participate. Neither is Susan Straits, number 126. Amy Wright, Lizanne Wilmot are not going to be competing, but the additional starter is number 121 in Belinda Bailey. So you see they're starting to get into the position they want to be in, because as you all know, if you've been following cycling for a long time, the place to be in elimination is at the front of the field, not at the back or getting caught underneath, because riders get a run off the bank. So the bell sounds. So the first rider is going to be called out here by Val Jones, one of Tasmania's experienced commissaires. So Val's going to call out the first rider. .134, Penny May, the young South Australian rider, is the first rider eliminated. So a rider out every second lap. Of course, this is being live streamed. From the Chief Commissaire, anyone on the blue taking advantage will be withdrawn. So anyone on the blue taking advantage will be eliminated by the Chief Commissaire. Second rider to be eliminated now, 110, Dahlia Haynes. So it was a self-elimination there. So when you are eliminated, riders, please leave the track. Bell sounding, and it's the Irish rider in Shannon McCurley that takes him down the back straight, but all interest to be on the rear of the group. You can see the young 16-year-old Belinda Barley at the rear. .128 is being called out. The Launceston Wheel Race winner in Felicity Wilson-Hafferton. Felicity Wilson-Hafferton, the rider called out. Nice tempo being set on the front here by Sophie Edwards. As Paul said, we won't be giving you commentary about what people are doing in a national championship. .121, it's the youngster from Bendigo, that is Belinda Barley. So Belinda Barley getting some great experience. So you are eliminated, Belinda. Belinda Barley, you are out. Belinda. Belinda, you're out. Belinda, you're out. .125, Eugenia Rorke. She thought she was out the last time, but she's out that time.
Eugenia Rorke is eliminated that time. I tell you, you saw the rider of 108, Ali Anderson, have a look, and she thought she may be in trouble, but she's got one for free. The bell will ring again. The move around to the front, Katarina Chung-All decides not to be in trouble. Looking at the back markers there, Meg Marker finds some clear air, but it's tight at the top. The call from the judge is 108, 108, Ali Anderson. Ali Anderson, 108 is eliminated. A very close call there. They deliberated on that one. Meg Marker goes towards the back. See Lauren Perry tight on the bottom. We'll see now who is eliminated. 107, Lauren Perry. Lauren Perry. 107, Lauren. The Launceston crowd disappointed as the hope of an Australian title. The bell will ring again. See Sophie Edwards. Rider of Dahlia Haynes and Meg Marker. Sophie's just waiting her chance. But Dahlia Haynes and Meg Marker, it's pretty easy. 109, Katarina Chung-All. My apologies with Dahlia. 109, Katarina Chung-All. And she's realised now she safely exits. This will be going down to 2 riders. The final two riders will be given that one-lap grace, and then they will sprint it out to be the national champion for 2021. So Shannon McCurley leads into this sprint. We're down in numbers now. Meg Marker on the high side. Chloe Moran as well. 1:06, Sophie Edwards.
Sophie Edwards, of course, has been eliminated. Meg Marker doing a great job there. They get the bell once again. You can see up on the top of the track there, Alex Manley. We're all in the Australian colours except for Shannon McCurley down the bottom and young Meg Marker. The other four are in the Australian kit. As they come down the front straight this time, it's going to be tight once again here, that's for sure. Coming down and 1:11, Meg Marker. Meg Marker narrowly as Shannon McCurley kicked on the inside and just narrowly missed out being eliminated. But it was the youngster in Meg Marker. 5 riders left, and are they classy? Shannon McCurley represented Ireland, but the bell sounds and Alex Manley is on the move. On her wheel there is Maeve Plouffe, the 2021 Australian Female Track Cyclist of the Year. McCurley going for an inside run. .1:33, she ran out of room at Shannon McCurley. She represented Australia, of course, in Tokyo, but we're down to 4 top riders from Australia.
Yeah, they all wear similar colours. So we have the rider of 101, Alex Manley, Maeve Plouffe in here, Georgia Baker as well, and Chloe Moran. Your top 4, one is not going to medal, and we're going to find that out very shortly. Moran leads the way, Baker, and now we see Alex Manley, and they've got Maeve Plouffe exactly where they want her. Maeve looks back, looks forward. She sees there's no gap there, and it is going to be called as 1:02, Maeve Plouffe. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to our medalists, but we want to determine a national champion here. Manley looking fresh. Georgia Baker on the high side. Chloe Moran on the low side. 3 riders left in this national elimination for 2021. The first rider to move, Alex Manley. She decides she's leading this one out. Baker lines up on her wheel. Moran at the back. Baker starts her move, gets onto the hip of Manley. Moran's going to start it late here. Can Moran come in to take it into the last few laps? But the answer is no, it doesn't look like that. Chloe Moran is your bronze medalist, ladies and gentlemen. I do remind you, everything I say is unofficial unless I'm announcing the place getters are removing from the elimination race. This is it. The national champion will be determined in 285 metres. Manley leads it. Baker waiting to start her sprint. They go now, side by side. Baker on there. It's a drag race, and Baker's got the high side. Georgia Baker driving to the line. Your national champion, Georgia Baker. An intriguing race. Your silver medalist, Alex Manley, she had a few moves in there. She rode to her strength and tried to fatigue the riders. But Georgia Baker, ladies and gentlemen, national champion 2021 of the elimination race.
Yes, the crowd here at the Silverdome are excited. Their own local rider in Georgia Baker has taken it out from the South Australian Alexander Manley, and also from South Australia, Chloe Moran filled the placing. What a great elimination race what that was. We'll get the official placing shortly. Going up onto the board there now, we can see it was In first place, number 104, Georgia Baker. Great to have Georgia once again riding here at the Christmas Carnival. Second place in the silver medal goes to Alexandra Manley. And you'll find that going up on the board, and the bronze medalist will be another South Australian, which will be Chloe Moran. We'll just wait for that to be semaphore. Although they have gone, and just checking the board here. Next up will be the men's elimination championship of Australia, the national championship. Big field here for the men. Same as the women, first 4 laps are free, then a rider every second lap will be eliminated. Georgia Baker, I'd like to make your way across here, Georgia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the men are in marshalling now, I'd like to congratulate an Australian champion, Georgia Baker. Georgia, listen, the elimination, it is about position, position, position. It's also a nervous race with nearly 20 riders in there. What was your plan going into it?
Yeah, an elimination is always a tactically and physically hard race. And, you know, we've got a great competitive field here, so my plan was just to never get boxed in and always try and move forward. Try and see riders coming over the top of me, and yeah, just to not be the last one across the line.
Well, that's a good plan, not to be the last rider across the line. At any moment did you think, hey, I'm in trouble here?
Yeah, there was one moment where I just kind of had a lapse of concentration for a little bit and got boxed in and didn't look over my shoulder, but I managed to push my way up and around. So yeah, I was pretty lucky in that moment, but I thought overall, yeah, I raced a pretty good race.
You looked so confident coming into the Bell lap. Alex Manley started out, you just backed off a little, and you can see it now. Have a look at yourself on there. Right, backed off, came at the wheel, and at this point in time, you could feel it. You could feel your national champion.
Yeah, definitely, I suppose, at that point, but, you know, never underestimate Alex Manley. She has a really fierce kick and is really, really good in these races, and I think a lot of people can underestimate that, so I made sure I laid off and had a good run at her wheel.
Once again, congratulations, and can't wait to see the Madison later tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, and a brand new Australian champion. I know it's not your first, but ladies and gentlemen, we've got it here. Georgia Baker, national elimination champion. And with that, we'll just do the COVID wipe. The men's are out. One rider's just missed it a little bit there.
Yes, that's Luke Plapp. Of course, has signed a magnificent 3-year contract to be riding with probably the biggest team in the UCI World Tour teams with Ineos Grenadier. And this morning he's been out for just a leisurely ride with Richie Porter over 170 Ks this morning. So just getting the legs ready for the Madison. So I did ask Luke, was it all flat? He said, no, Richie doesn't take you on flat roads. So they've had the gun. They're all baked up, and they'll get... So, okay, the gun went, but we'll come around to get 3 laps to go. So straight away, he might have been tardy from the start. Bronze medalist at the Tokyo Olympics in the team's pursuit with Sam Welsford, Cal O'Brien and Lee Howard. So that's the place to be. Look at the move around the outside. That'd be James Moriarty, the Queenslander from the Balmoral Club up in Queensland. He knows where to ride an elimination from. That's at the front. And it is Moriarty that leads out for the youngster there in Ollie Blennon. That's him at second wheel, the West Australian, now based over in South Australia. See young Dalton Stretton from the city of Burnie at the back of the field at this stage. This time around, they're going to get the bell. The bell sounds, so the first rider will be eliminated, and Ryan Schultz, who rides for the Netherlands team at the back there in the orange colours at this stage. Locked down the bottom, there is Byron Davies, the tall rider in the Queensland kit. First rider to be eliminated. Number 29, the youngster's been eliminated, Jack Menzies. Jack Menzies, you have been eliminated, Jack. So the first rider in the National Elimination Championship has been eliminated. They'll get the bell once again. And riding it from the front is still James Moriarty. Ollie Blennon on his wheel. 3 wide down the back straight. They're looking, as Paul said before, to Georgie Baker. Position, position, position. You don't want to be boxed in and you don't want to be down the bottom of the track. '16 has been called out. 16, Noah Blanham has been called out. Number 16, Noah Blanham. I tell you what, Byron Davies had a squeeze through underneath, but number 16, Noah Blanham, has been called out. Going to the front now is the young South Australian, and Angus Miller goes to the front. He didn't want to be caught back there. Byron Davies from Ipswich at the back. He'll have to come high on the high side. Luke Plapp down the bottom of the track. Number three, Luke Plapp. Number 3, Luke Plapp's been called out by the judges. We only say what we've been told. Bell sounds. So Byron Davies found out he was safe, so he's continued on. He might be in a bit of trouble, but we'll wait and see. Number 26, Byron Davies from Ipswich has been eliminated.
So you saw Luke Plapp diving down Byron Davies, eliminated this lap. They come, receive another bell. Noticing Liam Walsh, Jensen Plowright, the rider of Moriarty. Moriarty trying to get some clear air. He's got that clear air now. Now he decides to go south, and that was the wrong way to go. Number 5, Moriarty. James Moriarty realised his error. The door closed high. Walsh was very clever in that one. He kind of threw a bit of a fakie. I'm going low. Then he went high. See the rider of Hamish Mackenzie trying to find a way through. Liam Walsh with plenty of room to move forward. Hamish down the bottom, and rider number 20, Hamish Mackenzie, eliminated. So Ryan Schilt decides didn't want to go down there, but it looks like the enforcer of Plowright appears to be controlling who is down the bottom. Schilt's smarter than that. He's got out. Walsh is looking to get out as well. Yeah, as they come to the line, it's going to be tight. Number 12, Zach Gilmore. Almost eliminated himself from the race completely in the bank. A little bit of a wobble. We're down to the top 8 for the Australian Championships. The start list started with 22 riders. Miller doing a great job, Angus Miller. Looking to try and stay in this event. Josh Duffy wants to be in. Liam Walsh is playing the devil along with Ryan Schiltz. Miller's gone to the bottom now, and you think he says, I think he knew it. Rider 24, Angus Miller. Walsh and Schiltz riding as what we call the devil. Trying to pick them off one at a time. Graham Frisley moves towards the back now. Duffy on the wheel of Dalton Stratton. Ollie Blendon leading the way. Can Ollie stay in this one? They're going to come at him with some pace on the high side. It fans out. Ollie looks... Whoa. Right at 13, Ryan Schultz gets eliminated, and also a bit of a squeeze across the line.
We're down to 6 now in the National Elimination Championships for 2021. A top class 6 riders left. And it's a young West Australian on the front, Ollie Blennon. They get the bell, Dalton Stratton on his wheel. The two boys in the Australian colours, that's Jensen Plowright and Graham Frizzle at the rear. Liam Walsh there in the green colours. They're giving a bit of room here, these are Victorians, and Liam Walsh will have to come high to not be eliminated. But down the front straight, these youngsters out in front doing it very, very nicely. Number 15, the boy from Balmoral up there in Queensland in the green kit has been eliminated. We are now down to 5. And by gee, these youngsters are doing a great job here. Ollie Blennon, only a youngster from Western Australia. He's in the dark colours on the front. Up on his outside here is the rider there of Jensen Plowright. Graham Frizzley following him, then Josh Duffy, then the youngster in number 22. That is Dalton Stratton. He's making a move now. Duffy's got himself off that wheel. Down the bottom is the youngster from Western Australia. He'll have to find something on the inside. They'll get a run off the bank here, and coming down and the rider eliminated is number 11, the youngster. Number 11, Ollie Benham has ridden it very well. He's ridden it from the front most of the way. We're down to 4 riders, and I tell you what, Dalton Stratton, the youngster, is doing a great job there in the TIS colours. That's him at the rear of the group of 3. Josh Duffy leads down the front straight. Jensen Plowright looking over the shoulder, as is Graham Frizzley. Dalton Stratton ready to pounce. Down the back straight once again, and Plowright's gone for home. Plowright. Graham Frizzley around the outside of Josh Duffy. They've got Josh Duffy locked away there. Yes. He knew it too, did Josh Duffy. Number 1, your local hope, Josh Duffy. He shook the head when he went across the line. They boxed him in, coming up onto the top bend. He had nowhere to go. He ran into the back of those riders. So we're down to 3. Doing a great job here, Dalton Stratton up against 2 of the boys in the podium potential kit. And that is Jensen Plowright leading out there from Graham Frizzley. And Dalton Stratton will have the last run at them. They're all high. Oh, he's ducked down underneath. A good move there. But Jensen Plowright, seen him coming though. And Jensen Plowright kicked and will come down. Dalton Stratton coming home hard. But number 22, a Tasmanian has picked up a medal. So Dalton Stratton picks up the bronze medal in the National Elimination Championship for 2021. Now the 2 Victorians based over there in South Australia in the podium potential kit, Jensen Plowright and Graham Frizzley. They've both won wheel races at the Carnivals this year so far. They're great mates, but comes down to a gold medal, they're not mates at all. It's Plowright that leads out from Graham Frizzley. Down the back straight. He's finding plenty. Here's the Melbourne, the Warrnambool winner. He likes a big distance, but look at Frizzley. Frizzley starting to flush home down the outside. Plowright, Frizzley, Plowright, Frizzley, Frizzley! I think you'll find it'll be a close one, like he won the Launceston wheel race here. He won it by a whisker here on Tuesday, and I think he may have won the National Elimination Championship, flushing down the outside of Jensen Plowright. Put your hands together for the place getters. Here they are, Graham Frizzley, Jensen Plowright and Dalton Stratton. Great racing. And the crowd appreciates great cycling, and you've just witnessed that. Because this is being streamed all around the world. You've been sitting in China now and being able to watch this, of course. And unfortunately, some of those Western Australians that couldn't get across here to Tasmania will be watching the live streaming, but we have just witnessed 2 magnificent results. And it has been, we'll get Graham to come in a moment. Graham, come around. Well done, Graham Frizzley. We'll have a quick chat with Graham. Jensen Plowright, he thought he had it, but like he did on Tuesday here, he flashed home on Tuesday to defeat Campbell Palmer in the wheel race, and today He's flashed home to defeat Jensen Plowright. Look at the replay. He's given him some room. Plowright leads now. Very late did Frizzly switch off his wheel at the top of the track and, oh, flashes at the line. You would have thought 5 metres from the line that Plowright had that all parcelled up. But Graham Frizzly, with his great finishing burst, has come and taken out the 2021 championships. We'll get Graham to come out the front here, Graham. I know his dad's going to be very happy. I was talking to Mike yesterday, his dad there at Devonport. We'll give him a chance to catch his breath. Graham Frizzly, 2021 National Elimination Champion. How's that feel?
Oh, it feels pretty good. Yeah, it was a super hard race. I'm still trying to catch my breath after that one. But it's super awesome to have this event down here. And yeah, it was national class field, so it definitely deserved national championship.
I tell you what though, you must love this track. You won the wheel race here by about the same margin as you won the elimination.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure about that one. I came across the line, I still had no clue who got it, but no, it was an awesome race by everyone. Everyone wasn't really given an inch, but everyone still looked out for each other and did the right things in that race.
I tell you what, you've won many medals, but that's probably got to go down as one of your best wins, I suppose, at national level.
Yeah, definitely. I think being an elite title to me means a lot more than the junior ones, but every national title is special, but yeah, this one's pretty cool.
So how are you feeling? You got enough left for the Madison with your mate who you beat, Jensen Plowright, so you've got to sort of get together now and say, look, Jensen, sorry about that, but we've got to team up for the Madison.
Yeah, no, we're good friends, so we race out there hard, but we can put it all behind us when we're off the track. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty hard race tonight with, again, a really awesome field. So yeah, I took a bit out of the legs, but took legs out of everyone, so we're all going to be in the same boat.
Ladies and gentlemen, Graham Frizzly, our national champion for 2021 in the elimination. Need the riders thank you for the presentations, and Paul Craft will do the presentations for both the women and the men. So Paul Craft will do the presentations for both men and women, and that will be shortly. So I just want the riders to come across. I know that Graham's still trying to catch his breath, but that was a super quick elimination. So looking for the women to make their way across. Thank you. The women, Georgie Baker, Alex Manley, Chloe Moran, the 3 place getters in the women. I'd like you to make your way across here to the presentation area. Thank you. See riders warming up here in this on the infield, but we do want to get on with presentations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the 2021 National Elimination Women's title will now take place. Presenting the medals will be Craig Noltman, representing Oz Cycling Tasmania. In 3rd place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing South Australia, Chloe Moran. In 2nd place, the winner of the silver medal, representing Western Australia, Alex Manley. In 1st place, the winner of the gold medal and national elimination champion, Georgia Baker, Tasmania. The jersey will now be presented. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you your Australian podium for the Women's Elimination 2021. Congratulations. That concludes the women's presentation. When we have our three medalists, we will present the men's elimination. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the 2021 Elimination Championships of Australia will now take place. In third place, the winner of the bronze medal, representing Tasmania, Dalton Stratton. In second place, the winner of the silver medal, representing Victoria, Jensen Plowright. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and national elimination champion, Graham Frisley, Victoria. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in showing your appreciation to the Elimination Podium 2021. If I could ask the gentlemen to stay on the podium and bring the women's podium up for the National Anthem of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the National Anthem of Australia. This concludes the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we advance into the program and we're going to see a bit of sprinting action. Ian Maher, we go on. They've been out here since 12 o'clock today we started the program. We've had a whole heap of Kieran championships for Tasmania, scratch races. There's been elimination races and all sorts of action for the last few hours, and these girls are back out to do it again.
Yes, we've got the sprinters now, Paul. We've seen some great action in the National Elimination Championships. 3 worthy medalists in both men and women. But now we turn our attention to the quick ladies of the sport. The sprinters coming around. They would have drawn for positions over in the assembly area, so we will be looking for the second heat riders to be making their way there. Oh, heat 1 and heat 2 combined. Thanks, Graham. Okay, so they're lining up Emma Stevens on the inside, the Queenslander from the Darling Downs Club. The sensational young sprinter from Queensland in the Queensland Academy kit. That's Dianca Blinko. On that bike, you never miss a commentator's delight. Lisanne Wilmot left Canada when she turned 18 and said, I'm not coming back here, so she's now in Sydney, rides for the St George Club. And at the rear of the field is the South Australian Heather May, that's wearing number 113, a former junior gold medalist on 3 occasions in under 15 and 17 ranks. Riders in 27 and 28 to the marshalling area. Thank you, riders. We need you to go to them. So the whistle is blown. There's going to be a restart. Unfortunately, one rider has had a tumble. And that will be the rider, the Canadian in Lisanne Wilmot. Formerly from Brampton, Ontario, over there in Canada, a former speed skater, and her speed skating coach said to her, hop on a bike, Lisanne, I want you to get some more speed. And since then, she stayed on the bike, but she was telling me, once she turned 18, see you, Canada, I'm out of here. And she's been living in Sydney ever since with the St George Club. A very, very good sprinter, but looks like she's had a little tumble. As the other 3 riders just roll around, just keep circulating. Dianca Blinko, Emma Stevens and Heather May. Small crowd here at the Silverdome, but I know everyone's enjoying themselves, and it is worthy, as I said before, of a full house when you see riders of the quality we just saw in the Elimination Championship, the Nationals. You won't see racing anywhere better than what we've just witnessed. And we've still got plenty of action to go with the sprints, and also then we have got the 3 Madisons are coming up, of course. The Invitation Madison, which is mainly of Tasmanian riders who have been invited to ride. Then we've got the women's Madison, followed by the men's. So she's dusted herself off. She's tough, she said. She's picked up some prize money at the Carnival so far. She's always happy. She finishes 3rd and gets $20. She punches the air. She's happy with the result. She's an entertainer. The crowd love her. Graham Cure, the Chief Commissaire. Of course, the father of Amy Cure. And everyone in Tasmania knows Amy, of course, but some people from other parts of the world might not, but Amy, of course, one of Australia's top female cyclists. And Graham Acua, of course, one of Australia's leading commissaires. So they're leading out now, and the rider from the Darling Downs Club up in Queensland. That is Emma Stevens, a very fast young girl on wheels. Leads out there from another Queenslander, the youngster in Dianca Blinko. She won the 1,000-metre handicap down there at Hobart on day one. And she's been identified as an emerging talent, someone that they're keeping her eye on to come up, because the sprinting ranks in Australia are a little bit thin at present with no Amy Mears, and also with Carly McCulloch just recently deciding to retire. That leaves Christina Clonan from the Sunshine Coast Club up in Queensland as Australia's top sprinter, and she turned her attention from endurance to sprinting. She's a former Australian Madison champion, but they'll come around and get the bell about the sound. And on the front, the youngster in Dianca Blinko looking over her right shoulder. Down the bottom, Heather May. That's a quite a Canadian rider there in the Liz Ann Wilmot. And she flashes around the outside. She said, Queenslanders, catch me if you can. And down the back straight, it's Liz Ann Wilmot giving plenty. Dianca Blinko chasing her, and Emma Stevens will get a run off the back. But I tell you what, she's riding strongly. But down the outside comes the youngster from Queensland. Dianca Blinko comes down to take it out from Liz Ann Wilmot. Third there to Emma Stevens, and then further back to Heather May. That's a good opening sprint here at the Silverdome. Very fast track. It's been great weather here in Tasmania. As you can see by the colour of my arms, it's nice and red with the sun. But there was a great opening event there, the sprint. Okay, we've got the men now. Thomas Cornish, Michael Shipley. Of course, no Jordan Castle, the New Zealander, won't be here, and Connor Rowley. I would have loved Jordan Castle to be here. I know he's entertained the crowd here before at Launceston, and he's just come back from London where he rode over there. So, up to you, Paul, to call this event.
Yeah, this event is the Invitational Men's Derby. It's event 27 on the program. It is over 3 laps. This is the first heat. According to the information, the first 2 riders will go to the A final. And you read through the start list. Thomas Cornish, I don't see him. And then you said Connor Rowley. There's Connor Rowley. I found him. Michael Shipley is certainly not there. So I'm going to introduce to the audience our 2 visiting riders from America, Lamin Wright and Aaron Young. Please give them a big welcome. In fact, it is truly an international sprint, an Irish rider and 2 Americans. Could sound like the beginning of a nice joke somewhere along the lines, but ladies and gentlemen, when I noted that Tom Cornish, who's on my start list as riding this sprint, is not in the sprint, that excites me in a little manner. Ian, is it plausible that Tom Cornish may have elected to ride the Madison later today?
I'll tell you what he's shown so far. He's not only a sprinter, but I think he has got a fair bit of endurance, Thomas Cornish, so that might have been what he's decided, Paul.
I hope that is the reason, and that is getting me excited that Tom Cornish is not in this hit. He may be saving himself for a Madison race. We'll look forward to seeing that. The rider Aaron Young, high on the fence at the back. Lamin Wright holding. The sprint has started proper, and it's started. Oh, he's back up. A little bit of do-si-doing going on. The rider of Connor has been delighting the audiences here in Tasmania. He's been doing it he lapped the field in the points race, and noting a sprinter of a sub-10 capability. He's going now. The bell starts to ring for Connor. Aaron, a former Kieran medalist in the US titles a fair few years ago. He's caught up to the wheel. Can he step out? He's trying to get around the big man. He's got the arms going back and forth. He's had to dig deep. Connor looks over. They fan out. Ireland, USA, USA. The results will provisionally come up as Connor Rowley taking the sprint ahead of Aaron Young and Lamin Wright. Congratulations, gentlemen.
That was the first of the men's sprint, a three-up contest. I think you might find we've got four. Yes, we have got four riders coming around. Matthew Richardson, the Tokyo Olympian. I can see Sam Gallagher there coming out. And looks like the two Queenslanders, Ryan Elliott and Byron Davies. Sam Gallagher, after that fall down at Hobart, he went to hospital, but he missed day 2. But rode at Devonport yesterday, so this is his first outing on the track here, missing out on Tuesday because of that fall at Hobart. Down the bottom, Ryan Elliott's been in very good form, the youngster from the Balmoral Club in the Queensland Academy of Sport colours. Gallagher 2, the tall rider from Queensland. He hails from Ipswich up there in Queensland. That is Byron Davies. And the 22-year-old from Western Australia, Matthew Richardson. Represented Australia, of course, at the Tokyo Olympics with Matthew Glasner, also Nathan Hart from the ACT in the team sprint. So on the front, just looking over the right shoulder, there is the youngster in Ryan Britton. Giving a bit of space there now, so he doesn't get boxed away as Matthew Richardson. On his wheel is the very talented young Victorian in Sam Gallagher, a silver medalist at world level as a junior. And Byron Davies, he's a very powerful sprinter, and he's taken a fly around the outside as Byron Davies. By gee, he's been showing some speed at the Carnival, and Matthew Richardson hooks onto his back wheel well with Sam Gallagher. There's going to be a three-way go up on the top bend on the inside as Davies. Around the outside, showing his class now, there's going to be Matthew Richardson. He just eased off the pedals. Sam Gallagher flew home for second, and Byron Davies, I think, will finish up being third, but a very, very good second heat of the men's Keren here at the Silverdome. We'll get those placings for you shortly, but they're up on the board already. It's Matthew Richardson first, Sam Gallagher second, and Byron Davies was third. A very, very good Keren. Looking forward to the final. Next up, an Invitational Madison. And we'll introduce you to the teams, but it's great to have three Madisons here at the Silverdome. First time in a decade that we've had a Madison here, because in the older days, or there used to be Madisons here, 6-day events, etc. Of course, the Silverdome, the first indoor velodrome in Australia. So it looks like it's the team of AJ and Alex Eves, Simon Price and Dylan Rogers, Flynn Ritzmer and Jonas Shelvington, Hayden van der Ploeg and Nicholas Broxton, Paul Butler and Lockie Oliver. That's what I've got on my list at this stage. So sprint every 10 laps. So we'll see that Jones and Eves are in the light brown colours. Simon Price and Dylan Rogers in the red Kelly. The black colours are Flynn Ritzmer and Jonas Shelvington. The gold and yellow, they'll be easy to pick up. The Hayden van der Ploeg and Nick Broxton, both of these young boys from Burnie. And in the silver colours, Paul Butler, the Masters competitor, riding with the youngster, the very exciting youngster in Lockie Oliver. We're looking forward. There's a prelude to the big Madisons coming up, the women and the men's, but this is a bit of a prelude, and it's great to have these young boys learning about Madisons, how to do their changes, etc. So this is great education for some of these boys, just up from under 17 age category, but a great learning experience.
Yeah, the Invitational Madison is a great learning experience. You notice the rider of Alex Eves with AJ Jones, and then so an under 17 rider with a very much master. Dylan Rogers with Simon Price, the odd couple again, and a master rider, and Paul Butler with Lachlan Oliver. A little bit of masters and apprentices, yes, that's the one, or Obi-Wan Kenobi, and a bit of the Jedi Masters. But the idea is not only do the young fellas get a bit of an education, they learn with the experienced riders, and this event is over 70 laps. So I'm also guessing it's not only a little bit of an education for the younger riders, but it's also a bit of an education for some of the spectators who may not have seen a Madison event. So we will try and explain it in this event, and hopefully by the time we get to the women's Madison and the men's Madison, which have some of Australia's best women and best men, you'll be fully in tune with how a Madison works, not only the mechanics of the change, but the dynamics of the race, the point scoring system, and we will try and explain that as simply as possible in this event so that we can kind of let loose and really enjoy the race when we get to the women's and the men.
Yes, the Madison's on an indoor track, a little bit different, of course, than the Bendigo International Madison that I call up there with Rick McIntosh up at the Tom Flood in Bendigo. Of course, that's on a big outdoor track, and spectators can, because it's on a 250-metre track, you've got riders that are being lapped, riders that are taking laps. So as Paul said, we will keep you up to date with what's going on. Usually you had a commissaire in the front straight who's actually pointing at the leading riders, so I'm sure that Graham will have that organised, that there'll be someone in the front straight that'll be pointing, and that will be the rider that's the team that's in front. So they're leaving the assembly area there in the back straight.
So we'll be calling this, as we said, the Invitational Madison. Let's call it 101 Madison. Let's start off with the dynamics. It is considered a relay race where one of your team riders is in the race at any point in time. The exchange or the Madison change is where you reach forward to the slower rider, grab their hand and transfer your energy into them, and they continue in the race. At that point in time, the other rider is in a rest position. It's not really resting though. On an indoor track, you have to keep circling. So they'll stay high on the track to ride as slow as possible without fatiguing their legs, and also trying to keep the tyre on the track as well.
Also very important that when they're rolling around, they know to when to change before that sprint, because it's very important to have it worked out. If there's a sprint coming up, you don't want to be changing your partner in the front straight. So you'll see throughout the Madison, a lot of the big teams will be changing in the back straight to come and get the bell for their sprinter in that race, because the first Madison was held over there in New York at the Madison Square Gardens, known as the American race, or in French, the Americana in Spanish and Italian. So they roll to the front straight here, and Graham Cure, the Chief Commissaire. Isn't it great to see once again another Madison? This is team number 10 on the front. That's the team there of Alex Jones and also Alex Eves. Then further back, team number 14 is Hayden van der Ploeg and Nick Broxson. The green team there, that's the A team. Didn't have a green team on my sheet here, but everyone, the black team there we can see. That's the black team of Flynn Ritzma and also Jonas Shelvington. That's the black team. And the red team there would be Simon Price and Dylan Rogers. So Paul Butler and Lockie Oliver has got to be in the green now, not in the silver as per the program. So that's great. We picked that up early. The team 15 are in the green kit and not silver. To the top of the track, one rider in the front straight, one rider in the back straight.
So as the riders finally have completed their riders' briefing, the starter rider is under the starter's orders. So leading at the front is Team Yellow, Hayden Vanderplog and Nick Broxson. Two young heads. Team number 10, the light brown, AJ Jones and Alex Eves. The green team, Paul Butler and Lockie Oliver. And at the back is Jonas Shevelin representing Team Black with Flynn Ritzma. Let's see how this pans out. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, this is a little bit of an education, and I'm going to try and talk your way through the first series of changes. The best thing you can do is stop watching the changes per se and watch the race. This is the race, and the race has started with 70 laps to go. We're going to trust in AJ and Alex Eves. Let's watch them at the front of the bunch at the moment. They're the team in the brown. So he has sighted his rider, AJ. AJ's taken off fairly quickly, and that's what a young rider might do. That's AJ in the front straight. Now, Alex Eves in the front straight. AJ sitting at the front of the bunch, he's trying to stay out of trouble. He ignores what happens behind him, the changes happening behind him, because in a Madison, it's what's happening in front of you that you have to be aware of. So you'll see the green team coming in for a change. They're currently fourth in line. When they exchange, they will stay in fourth. The team yellow, they're in second, they stay in second. And the team 10, Brown, stay at the front. They've successfully changed there, and the pace has quickened a little bit with Alex Eves, Team Brown, leading it from Team Yellow, red and green, then the black at the back. You may notice that I asked you to watch the race rather than the individual changes. The race is where it's at, this group here, and it will continue around. Notice Team Red are about to change. They're in third wheel. They drop down. The other two riders behind go slightly higher to avoid the exchange. Now, the black rider realises that his rider's at the back, so he drifts higher and then slots himself into the position. The exchanges happen. The race continues. The worst thing you can do, well, there's three bad things you can do in a Madison on a bank track like this. The first bad thing is go under a change that's happening in front of you. The second bad thing is go under a change that's happening in front of you. You want to know what the third bad thing might be, Ian?
No, I don't want to know, because everything's going to be good. No falls today here. So down the back straight, we have got the team there in the light brown colours that leads out. AJ from the Burnie Club. Got the yellow team there on their wheel. That's the boys from the city of Burnie. This would be young Hayden Vanderplug on the front now. As Paul has explained to you, the changes. Simon Price is in the group there, the red team at this stage. It's Simon Price at third wheel. The green team, Paul Butler in the green team, and young Jonas Shelvington in the black team at the rear. You can see the green team now about to change as they come into the front straight. That's the green team about to change in the front straight. And he waits for that rider. That's Paul Butler going to throw in young Lockie Oliver.
So we're starting to see how the changes happen and how the dynamics happen. With the worst thing, another bad thing you can do is what's called splitter change. We won't get into that yet, because the next thing we've got to tell you, it's not just 70 laps. There are sprints every 10 laps, and it is under a points race rules. So 5 points for the first team across the line, 3, 2, and 1. Your points accumulate throughout the race. The last sprint is double points. That's on the final bell. And guess what? We've got our first bell for our first sprint. AJ's realised being at the front's the easiest way to do it, so he's gone right to the front. The pace is quick, and Team Green, it's the first exchange at speed, and they've done a great job. Yellow's coming around the outside, hoping to pick up the points, and they may well get there. Team Yellow trying to get the 5, and it's the rider of Nick Broxton who's taken the 5 points there. So 5 will go to the yellow, 3 will go to the brown, 2 will go to the red, and 1 will go to the green. Yellow is your riders in the lead right now. The red's got out of order there, but they've sorted themselves out and they're ready to exchange and change in again. The browns are doing very well with Alex Eves getting in there, and the group has reformed together. You notice a lot of action. That's what the sprints do. They excite, they stretch, and then it settles down a little again, Ian.
Yes, usually over a sprint like that, there can be some counter-attacks, but they've all got back together, and it's Hayden van der Ploeg that swings up the track to allow the brown team, that's young Alec Eves on the front. You can see the red team there, that's Simon Price, pedalling strongly up there behind Alex Eves. Jonas Shovington in the black, and a bit of a gap there back to the green team, and that's the youngster there in Lockie Oliver. The yellow team about to change, and Hayden van der Ploeg about to throw in the rider there of Nicholas Broxton at the rear of the field. The red team a good change there. So as we said, we've got experience with juniors here in this Invitational Madison, which is great for the juniors, and they're getting experience. You can hear them talking to each other, whether they want to change or where they want to change. So the red team going along nicely. So the second sprint, there's 7 sprints in the Invitational Madison. Bit of a move now by the black team. The black team having a bit of a move now. That's Flynn Ritzmer and Jonas Shovington. Didn't pick up any points in the opening sprint. Coming down the front straight. And you can see the tempo has definitely lifted here. And that's the red team of Dylan Rogers, the boy from Hobart, that leads them into the back straight. So all together at this stage. And at this stage, we've got the yellow team on 5 points, the light brown team on 3, the red team on 2, and the green team on 1.
Yeah, they're doing it very well at the moment. We have 4 laps out from the next sprint. Is it time I introduce another rule or lesson? I think it is. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a points race. So not only can you score points by sprinting every 10 laps, taking a lap on the field will score a bonus 20 points. 20 points for taking a lap on the field. Consequently, if you lose a lap to the field, I'll try and explain what the field is a little bit later on, but if you lose a lap to the field, you lose 20 points as well. So we've now got exchanges worked out, we've got the sprints worked out, and now we're taking laps as well.
Well explained, Paul Craft, of course, the voice of cycling in New South Wales. Also at World Cups, so you can go to China and all that. But the green team now on the burst, the bell about the sound, and the green team have gone for home for the first one. It's looking very, very comfortable. This is young Lockie Oliver. We've seen him in the white kit for most of the Carnival, but Lockie Oliver down the back straight. He's been chased there by Alex Eves in the grey team. Up on the top end, Lockie Oliver. They've had a great tussle so far and up on the outside. It's going to be the brown team takes out the 5, the green team the 3, the yellow team the 2, and the black team the 1. Oh, the good move there by Lockie Oliver in the green, but young Alex Eves, of course, riding in the light brown colours, was able to get around the outside and pick up the points. 4 teams, 1 team, the red team, in a bit of trouble at this stage.
Look, a big shout out to Alex Eves. You may have noticed he missed the change, and that is a dangerous thing to do. We hope that that doesn't happen too often. He wasn't alone because Team Red also didn't get their change completed. And you love to see it when they commit because it actually makes it safer. You recall that I said after a sprint, it usually extends a little bit, but it often comes back together. And that is exactly what has happened. Not only is missing a change, they both made contact with each other, but they didn't commit and they didn't exchange. Not only is it a little bit dangerous, but it also fatigues the rider because you've got to think how long before they can change again. It's usually about 3 laps later. It's a long time to get the exchange out.
Yeah, it's very important, Paul, not to miss a change, because back in the old days you could tap someone on the shoulder. We've got the hand slings these days, but back when they first started racing in Madison, you just had to touch your teammate on the shoulder, which was signified a change. But in the modern times, we've got the hand slings that brings these your teammate into the event. Jonas Shelvington, this young fellow, only a youngster, that leads there in the black colours. Green colours going along. Not at any time you can see the progressive points up on the scoreboard, so you can see at this stage the light brown team of AJ Jones and young Alex Eves are on 8 points. Hayden van der Pook and Nicholas Broxton, they're riding in the yellow team, they're on 7, and they're on 4 points. We've got Lachlan Oliver and the rider there of Paul Butler. So coming down on the front here is Alex Eves. He took out the last sprint. Hayden van der Pook, his club mate. And see Simon Price just giving some advice there to his teammate there, the youngster. That's Dylan Rogers. And Dylan Rogers there at third wheel in the same club, of course, down there in the south of Tasmania, down there in Hobart. As you said, the tempo's just gone off a little bit. We're not far before the next sprint. A good hand change there as Flynn Witzmer gets thrown in there by his partner in Jonas Shelvington. Paul Butler in the green there. They'll come around this time to get 42 to go, so next sprint not far away.
Yeah, so as they come into 42 laps to go, the rider of AJ at the front at the moment. Hayden sitting in there, hoping to make this exchange with Nick Broxton. Nick comes in, successfully completes the exchange. We're coming up to a lap and a half into it. Team Red are about to exchange as well, and they're going to throw in Pricey. It drops off the wheel a little, and that's a bit of an inexperience, but he's up there now and he's got to run at it. This is going to be really dangerous now. AJ's in the wrong position. He got himself out. That was absolutely brilliant by AJ, and that's why we've got the master riders in here. He'll exchange here. Pricey may be able to get over the top as oars come through, but Yellow holding him out, not on the line though. Team Green, and that is Lockie Oliver, may have ducked over the top and got the 5 points. Listen, again, this is an educational thing, and that's why we've got AJ out there. He was on the wrong side of the wheel, he got caught, he backed out, got high, and avoided a fall there, so real big compliments.
Yeah, great call, Paul. You can see the black team, young Jonas Shelvington, trying to make a move to try to get back to this. They were dropped there at that sprint, but look at the youngster from Hobart. He's trying to get across, but they're on the burst now. This is the red team. This is young Rogers. He's got Simon Price as his partner. And I tell you what, he has opened up a bit of a gap here as Dylan Rogers. Down the back straight. Change coming up here for the light brown team, and it's going to be Alec Eves going to be throwing in AJ Jones. He's starting to tire, but he comes down to get 37 to go, and I thought they're going to bring him back here as AJ just cruises up there on his wheel. Hayden van der Pook and Paul Butler. And the black team, young Jonas Shelvington giving all he can.
Yeah, let's get behind Jonas and Flynn. Can they get on? But it's a troubled time because out in front is Team Right. Watch what Pricey does here. He has a quick word to his teammate, and he says, "Nah, mate, they're on us." And he goes, nah, he's too smart. He says, nah, we're going back. It was a good move, but when you have one move, you usually get a counter move as they are coming back together. But you can see Flynn Ritzma digging deep, trying to get back on. They're about 70 metres behind his teammate, and this is one of the small errors that riders will make. And Jonas, with his inexperience, has to ride at the bottom of the track. That means their exchanges are happening a lot later than the more experienced riders, and that's why they're fatiguing. Green are on the attack, Ian. So Lockie, now the rider of Jonas is trying to get back to his teammate, but Lockie Oliver is having a delightful race as we see Jonas coming in. Look how tired Flynn is, how long they've been out there. They most likely will be losing a lap in this flurry of attacks.
Yes, they're starting to tire the black team, but look at the great ride by Alex Eves. He's brought back the green team, so he hopped onto the back wheel there now of Paul Butler. Young Dylan Rogers in the red team, and now the yellow team have lost contact momentarily as Nicholas Broxton is the one that puts the, that's Hayden Vanderploeg, sorry, in the yellow. He just didn't make contact. He went whoosh right around the outside of Dylan Rogers. A great ride there by the yellow team of Hayden Vanderploeg to get onto the top wheel. So 3 teams now have gone clear. So that's them going up there. AJ about to be, points are up on the table. You can see new leaders now. Hayden Vanderploeg and Nicholas Broxton on 12, Jones and Eves on 10, and Oliver and Butler on 7. So these 3 teams out in front. Look at AJ up on the outside. Oh, bit of movement there. The green team's got to change, so this could slow them down. AJ goes around the outside. Oh, but what a great move. This is young Lockie Oliver. Has he got quickly? He just got see you later. And Lockie Oliver, he usually rides in the white, but he's in the green here in the Madison. He'll come down and pick up the 5. Getting the 3 would be Hayden Vanderploeg in the yellow. 2 there to the light brown team of AJ, and then further back to Simon Price in the red team will pick up the 1. The race is starting to really splinter now. So we need, this is the leader coming into the front straight now in the green colours, ladies and gentlemen. This is the leader of the Madison in the green, then further back to the yellow, then further back then to the light brown, and the red will be the 4th team on the track.
Yeah, the black's just behind them. You got a tell sign from AJ in that one. What he did, instead of looking at the rider in front of him, he was looking over the other side of the track. Where's my teammate? I want out of this at the moment. But it is, we see green lead. Can yellow close in? They are doing a great job. But have a look at the rider of the Browns coming as Alex Eves is getting him back in. AJ might be saying, please don't get back on, I'm tired. But he's not. He's going for it. We've got 3 riders separated by 10 metres each, and they're coming together. The yellows catch up the green, and look at Butler. Butler says, oh my Lord, he's going. This hasn't stopped for the last 10 laps now. They've been chasing each other. The sprint split them. The Greens, fresh legs are coming in for the green team, and it's Lachlan Oliver. It's a fresh brain, it's a fresh leg, it's a fresh kid. And look at the kids go, they accelerate. Bear in mind, there's this thing called conservation of momentum. Have a look at the weight of the young lad. You know, when he gets thrown in, he hits warp speed. And that's what happens. You get excited. Now the greys, where is AJ? You can see the rider of Eves. He's so close. He's so close. Lap lost by the reds. Now they are part of the sprinting group. They have lost their 20 points. Looks like a lap lost by the... No, the blacks are still a little bit out. They have lost their lap previously and are possibly at the back at the moment, but it's settled down again, and that's how these Madisons happen. A flurry of attacks, separations, a chase, and there you see on the boards, they're being very quick on the scoreboard. Congratulations. We've got our outright leaders on there at the moment, and the last sprint points haven't been added yet, but the laps have been lost.
Yes, those 2 teams have lost a lap. As Paul said, they're down by 20 points, but they can now contest the sprints and pick up 5 points, 3, 2 or 1. On the front is AJ, that's be riding on his home track tomorrow. And on the outside here, we've got Dylan Rogers in the red, Hayden Vanderploeg in the yellow, AJ there.
Big information, because there was no bell rung, they have decided not to take the points. There was no bell rung on lap 30. Some people might say that's good. I think Team Green will be disappointed with that one.
Yes, they will be disappointed by missing out on those points because they could have put themselves into the lead. So we're all back together. You can see the light brown team now changing in the front straight, and it's the Alex Eves on the front, Paul Butler in the green colours, Hayden Vanderbloek throws in Nicholas Broxton in the yellow colours. So down the back straight, in the green, we've got Paul Butler about to change now with Lockie Oliver. So Oliver now gets thrown in by Paul Butler. Did he go on with it? Yes, he does. He only knows one way to race, this young fellow, Lockie Oliver, on his home track here in Launceston. So this time they get the bell. He's looking for points. He wants to go to the lead here in the Invitational Madison. The yellow team there currently lead, but they could be in a bit of trouble. And look around the outside, this young boy. Oh, Alex Eves is starting to flash home in the front straight. Lockie Oliver in green. Eves down the outside. Oliver, Eves. 5, 3, 2 to yellow and 1 to red. Oh, he came hard, Alex Eves, but the green team, I think you'll find now, may go to the front in the Invitational Madison.
Yeah, listen, what is happening, and I think you'll agree with me, the Masters have educated the apprentices, and now they're wishing they hadn't. They're getting better. The under-17s are starting to get excited. You see the likes of Butler. He's going to settle down, buddy. The opportunity was to counter that attack, but Butler went no. Pricey's back onto the back, and he went no. He had to change and get out as we've got our group of 4 riders. Jonesy comes in now. Hasn't Alex Eves been a delight to watch in this, along with Dylan Rogers, Jonas and Flynn, such great riding. Nick Brosnan has been in absolutely everything. And Lachlan Oliver, he had a great ride in the Kieran. He won the Kieran earlier today. He's got a state title, and we're now 17 laps to go.
Yes, as you would see, ladies and gentlemen, many times in track racing, the elbow, the rider gives a flick of the elbow, which says he's going to move up the track. The green, are they going on the charge again? He only knows one way to race, this young fellow, Lockie Oliver, but getting thrown in now in the yellow is Nicholas Broxton. Nicholas Broxton gets thrown in, swings up the track to allow the light brown team, that's AJ Jones there from Burnie, that leads out from another Masters rider in the red colours there of Simon Price. In the green colours, the youngster there on his wheel in Lockie Oliver. He'll be looking for Paul Butler. Of course, as we said, we've got the Master and the Apprentice. They weren't a bad band either, the Master and Apprentices, but we've got the Master here in Paul Butler about to be thrown in. 50 years of age, Paul, and he's been thrown in here by a youngster. So the pace goes off, but Paul Butler comes down with 14 to go. Hopping onto his wheel there, Nicholas Broxton. AJ, doing a great job, AJ. 27 years of cycling. He got that big award a few years ago there at Burnie after his 25 years of riding on the Burnie Carnivals. But next time around, but I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, you're really getting educated on all of this, what Paul has explained to you about how they change, etc., not the place to be, the place not to be. The pace has gone off momentarily because we're getting down towards the pointy end with 12 laps to go.
Yeah, 12 laps to go. And listen, the great thing about this invitational educational Madison is that it is a small group, and it gets what you get is what I call Madison eyes. And now Madison eyes means, as I said, you stop watching the individual changes and you watch the dynamics of the race. As we get into the UCI, the level of riders, the maximum number is 20 teams. That is 40 riders. Let's go, and let's sprint. Team Yellow hit the front, but look at little Eves. He's fighting in there at the moment. We get the rider from green. He's got to run at it. Yellow to the side, not to change, and wisely so. Eves doesn't give up. He's coming again. He's trying to get there, but he doesn't. And Hayden Vanderploeg takes it there. Nice solid yellow takes the lead with Hayden Vanderploeg. He's looking for his teammate. It's going to be a while, so he's got to get a wheel. Now look how clever AJ Jones is. He's ready to get Eves out there. Will AJ Jones attack now? Will he? I didn't expect it was the right thing to do, and he's got Team Yellow in trouble because Team Yellow are a long way away from changing. Team Green, fresh legs. Watch the Team Green. Oh, it's Butler. Not fresh legs, but he's doing all right. He's in there. He's going around Yellow. Where's the Yellow teammate? AJ's going, let's go. Yellow's suffering. Hayden's in trouble, but his mate's coming. Now Team Red, don't split the change. There we go. That was wise. They've gone high. Yellow, fresh legs, and watch those legs go as Nick Broxton closes it all down again.
Haven't we got some young talent here in Tasmania? And Nicholas Broxton, Hayden van der Ploeg, they missed that change, which was very, very wise, as Paul said. But young Nicholas Broxton has brought it back. AJ went on the attack. He throws in the very fast man there. The youngster in Alex Eves now goes to the front. The Masters cyclist in Paul Butler.
Very important announcement. They are including that they've got the sprint points written down for lap 30. They are now going to be added to the points and adjusted.
Oh, that's a great news that they were, because they rode their heart out for 10 laps to get those points, and it's great to see that those points are now going to be added to the board. We see on the front here, Paul Butler throws in this little fella here. Small in stature, big in ability. Lachlan Oliver on his wheel. Nicholas Broxton, Alec Eves, and Simon Price. He's ridden the boards many times here. He's won a Masters wheel race here on this track. Had 2 falls at the same Carnival. But I tell you what, he's a former Hobart wheel race winner back in 1994. Simon Price. So coming down with 4 to go, here comes the yellow team that'll change. We're interested to see if those scores have been added up yet, because as we stand at this stage, the yellow team is clear by 3 points, but I still think they've got to add some more points on to that. Ian Loft said yes, they've still got to add points on, so at this stage we are not sure who's leading the Invitational Madison. Paul Butler about to be thrown in by Lockie Oliver. Dylan Rogers around the outside in the red. Alex Eves there in the light brown. Hayden van der Ploeg in the yellow. Heading down the back straight. They'll come around next time. They get 3 laps to go in the Invitational Madison. Isn't it great to see these young riders of Tasmania with the experienced Masters riders of Paul Butler, also Simon Price and AJ Jones. Jones about to be thrown in now by Alex Eves with 2 laps to go. AJ, has he got something left in the legs? 27 seasons of racing, AJ Jones. Oh, look at cruising on his wheel. Another City of Burnie rider there in Hayden van der Ploeg in the yellow. Slipping through in the green is the crafty Masters rider here in Paul Butler. Butler leads down the front. Now a move now on the outside. The bell about the south, and it's the team going, oh, Green's in a bit of trouble. They missed the chain. Down the back straight, Van der Ploeg in the yellow. He's out after the light grey team there. And look at young Oliver round the outside. Lockie Oliver coming in home, and Van der Ploeg not much between them. Whoa! What an absolute great Madison, ladies and gentlemen. And that's only a prelude. Oh, Hayden van der Ploeg in yellow. Oh, flashing home at him though it was. Lachlan Oliver. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for all the riders. What a magnificent opening Madison here on the boards at the Silverdome. What a great spectacle, and I think you now all understand about the Madison if you haven't seen them before. We'll wait on the official placings, but I think you'll find the yellow team, the 2 young boys from the City of Burnie, in Nicholas Broxton and Hayden van der Ploeg. I've got a feeling they might have taken out the Invitational Madison for B-grade riders and under 17 boys. We'll just wait a while until the judges confer, and we'll bring you the results. A final and B final for the Derby coming up. So the B final would be first. Byron Davies, Ryan Elliott and Lamin Wright. So I'll call the B and we'll let Paul Craft call the big one, the A grade one. Looking forward to the A, Matt Richardson, Sam Gallagher, Connor Rowley and Aaron Young. But we've got Byron Davies, Ryan Elliott and Leman White. Simon Price sucking in the big ones as he goes out of the front straight. There is the results sliding up on the scoreboard. Taking it out, the two youngsters from City of Burnie, Hayden van der Ploeg and Nicholas Broxton on 27 points. In second place, Paul Butler and Lachlan Oliver on 22 points. And in third place, AJ Jones and young Alex Eves on 18 points. A sensational result to the youngsters from the Burnie Cycling Club. Hayden van der Ploeg and Nicholas Broxton by 5 points over Lockie Oliver and Paul Butler. And then a further 4 points back to AJ Jones and Alex Eves. Just a bit of trivia for you. We're talking about the Madison before, but the fastest known average speed of a men's Madison is 59.921 k's per hour. That's the average speed, and that record is held by Sam Welsford and Lee Howard. That's the record average speed for a men's Madison. Just imagine 200 laps at 59.921 k's per hour, set by Sam Welsford and Lee Howard at the World Cup in Glasgow on the 9th of November 2019. 60 k's an hour for 200 laps. Down the bottom, we've got the rider from Ipswich here in Byron Davis, the youngster Ryan Elliott and Leman White. This is the B final. As you see in the sprinting, always a lot of movements in sprinting. I go back to the old days of Kern Hartnett from Canada and also Gary Newan from Australia. That's going back a long time, ladies and gentlemen. By gee, they used to put on some great sprinting, Kurt Harnett and Gary Newan. Ken Carpenter. The two Queenslanders, two very, very quick men. Oh, a good move here. He's done it before here, Byron Davies. He comes down to get the belt. A very, very accomplished sprinter. Oh, he's got the nose on the head stem there as he heads out of the front straight and down the back straight. They said, catch me if you can. And look at, oh, look, Ryan Elliott's coming 3 wide up on the top end. The youngster and the USA rider is still not out of it yet. I mean, oh, by Jilly, I tell you what. He swung up the track and nearly brought young Ryan Elliott to grief, but never mind. We're all upright, we're all safe. But I know there was a hands in the air there. There was a little bit of action there. Coaches have gone, oh no. Number 35 to see the Chief Commissaire. Leman, you need to come in and see the Chief Commissaire, please. Just watching at the replay here, ladies and gentlemen. Just have a look at the replay, what happens as it's a Byron. Oh, he swings up the track very late. And a quick reaction there from Ryan Britton saved himself from having a tumble. But great bike handling skills there by Ryan Britton to stop running in. Ryan Elliott, sorry. Ryan Britton. Been around the game too long, I have. But he's your winner of B grade, the B final, Byron Davies. But we want the USA rider to come. Leman, need to come in and see the Chief Commissaire.
Cheers, Ian. Thank you. So what actually happened, Lamin went too low on the track, popped himself on the blue, and as happens quite often, it throws you up the track. At that moment, he was pretty much out of control, and I reiterate what you just said about Ryan Elliott. He saw it happen and went, oh, straight away. He was well clear. I've got a feeling, as you pointed out, Lamin will get a bit of a talking to. Maybe stay on the track would be a good idea, but let's face it, they are at warp speed when they're going. And have I ever ridden a bike that fast? No. So it's not for me to say. But ladies and gentlemen, this is our Derby final. The sprinters have qualified through 2 heats, where the top 2 riders made it into the final. Sam Gallagher, as reported, on day 1 he had a nasty fall. Was cleared by the doctors, took day 2 off to recover. On day 3 at Devonport, he seemed to be trying to find his legs again, but he certainly has won a lot today, Sam Gallagher. The rider of Connor Rowley. Man, has he been entertaining throughout the 3 days. A highlight for this sub-10 rider is the points race, where he landed on 2 endurance riders' wheels and followed it and took a lap in the points race. Aaron Young visiting Australian shores from America, and he would have seen what Lamin did in that last heat. And he's got a bit of a smile on his face as well. Ladies and gentlemen, our Olympian, Matt Richardson, on the high side. He rode comfortably in the heat, did just enough to cross the line in first place, making no mistakes. I remind you, in a 4-up, you've got to look forward and back, and sneaky moves often work. A la Olympic Kieran final. Although it didn't seem that sneaky. Gallagher looks up. We see the rider of Aaron Young. Aaron dives down and Connor Rowley sneaks underneath the rider Richardson. He says, thank you very much, Mr. Young. I'm going as well. He gets a bit of a step out of the draft. They come together once on the bell. Connor Rowley, Richardson a long way back. He's in 3rd. Can he get up? He's moving up to 2nd. All he's got is Connor Rowley. Sam Gallagher's fighting his way around, but look at the difference between the Australian Olympic representative. Throws the wheel in the air to show off a bit, but a great ride. Matt Richardson dominated it all the way, laid off the wheel, came at it, opened a gap and a half, and that's why he is, well, we're going to put him on par with Glazer as one of Australia's best sprinters. Matt Richardson. Oh, again, Connor Rowley, he was lining up to go and he looked up and Aaron Young was already going. And he went, okay, I'll take that. But he had a plan and he wanted to go early. Put a rider in between him and Richardson. That could have worked out well, but Richardson's power, it's just dominating here.
Anyone but Matthew Richardson, it would have been a great move. Apparently we've got a short break coming up, Just going to go over here and have a chat to a couple of young boys that rode that Madison. Alex, is that your first ever Madison?
No.
No. You surprised me. When did you have your first one?
At an NJDS in Sydney.
An NJS event, okay. And how'd you go in that event in Sydney?
I got 2nd.
You got 2nd with who?
Sam McKee.
Sam McKee, pretty handy rider. Who won it?
What was his name?
What was his name? It doesn't matter. How was it riding with AJ? Experienced, and you as a young fella, was he giving you some advice?
Yeah, he was telling me to slow down when I wasn't actually racing.
Thanks for dobbing him in. He told you to slow down. So you're looking forward to tomorrow on your home track?
Yeah, should be good.
Should be good. But I tell you what, under 17 competition so far at the Carnival has been outstanding, hasn't it? You and Lockie and all the boys?
Yeah, it's been really good.
It's been very good. AJ, 27 years at Burnie Carnivals. I tell you what, you got that big award a few years ago for your 25th. Still racing? You still enjoying it?
Yeah, that's the exact reason why I still do it, still enjoy it. That's the reason why I've always done it. I was never really any good as a kid, so I'd done it for fun and progressed through pretty well as a senior, and now I'm on the way back.
So what would have been your biggest win in your cycling career?
I don't really know. Probably second at Burnie Wheel. Being the home track and the Burnie Carnival being so big, that was pretty cool. Yeah, just other experiences with teams, with big team wins like the stand shake with Ockerby, played a pretty big role in that, and the breakaway with him. So yeah, it's just enjoying myself. Not so much about the wins, it's about the friendships and the enjoyment I get out of it.
With the Burnie Club, you got a lot of juniors coming through. Is it a strong club?
Yeah, no, we've got big junior development through our club. Yeah, if you see it, most of the racing, a lot of the guys from Burnie, and most of them come through my dad's development program. So he's been doing it for 22 years now. So he's got a program set up that works really well for us and for our club. So we're pretty lucky down there having 3 track nights a week, which most clubs would dream of having. So we're really lucky that way.
Yes, over in the mainland, I know it was always that the younger riders at club level rode against the senior riders. I know my daughter used to ride with Brett Lancaster and Lee Egan and these guys. And these young riders, when they're riding in a group with like you and some of the older riders, great track etiquette they learn and all this confidence.
Yeah, exactly right. We always have the under-17s race with us seniors at club racing and stuff. And the big event we find is really handy to teach crafts, the elimination. So we always finish our nights with elimination. It teaches like bunch work as well as spatial awareness. You've always got to be aware of your surroundings and where everyone else is. So I think that's a big factor of why our kids are pretty handy bike riders as well, in the head as well as the legs.
Well, you've seen the two of them as really then, in Nicholas Broxton and Hayden Vanderploeg, 2 young boys up from the under-17s.
Yeah. And then Alex, and then we've got Dalton, Stratton and Will Eves as well. We've got plenty of talent that rip my legs off every week. So
well done, AJ. All the best tomorrow at your home track. Hayden Vanderploeg. Hayden Vanderploeg. Just come over here, young fellow. Just been talking to AJ. We spoke to Alex. He said he's ridden the Madison before, so I suppose you're going to say you've ridden the Madison before as well.
Yeah, that's correct. I've ridden it once before. Once before.
Is that the same at the NJS?
Yeah, that's correct.
So how did you go? He said he finished second.
Didn't win.
Didn't win?
No. Not sure where I placed actually, but it was a good experience.
Did you enjoy this one today?
Yeah, definitely. It was good fun.
I tell you what, he's a pretty handy partner though, Nicholas Broxton.
Yeah, he's good.
Now you've come up, both of you have come up from the under-17, so how are you finding it now in sort of the open company?
I enjoyed it a lot more actually. Good to be with a different bunch of riders that are a lot experienced than you and be around them and all. It's really good fun.
I suppose there's bigger fields than in junior races. Sometimes the fields are small, but you know, if you're in A grade, B grade, you've got the big fields.
Yeah, that's right. It's a different type of racing, and yeah, it's really good to experience some different riders and different races.
Okay. Big Burnie wheel race tomorrow. Always probably the biggest wheel race in Australia. Biggest prize money, something like $60,000 prize money tomorrow at the Burnie. What's the plans for tomorrow? Would you like to, like the youngster last year at 16 won it, would you like to win it this year?
Oh, it'd be awesome to win it, but we'll give it a best crack and we'll see how we go.
Well done, Hayden Vanderploeg, ladies and gentlemen, one of the up-and-coming young riders. Paul Butler. He had a pretty handy partner there in young Lockie Oliver, and I tell you what, Paul, I said the other day, you're starting to, a little bit of wet, but you're in the best shape of your life at your age. I tell you what, you must have enjoyed that going around with a youngster.
It's a real pleasure to go and ride with Lockie. I've known him since he was 10, and it's a real pleasure to come out now and do a Madison with him. It's been absolutely fantastic. Yep, absolutely.
So up at Georgetown, where you come from, you with the Northern Vets up there, are you? You're at the club up there?
Yeah, I race with the Northern Vets. It's at the Mersey Valley and the Meander Valley down here mainly. We like to have two carnivals up at Georgetown. We've got a couple of road races up there a year. I've got some pretty big shoes to fill up in Georgetown. I don't know whether the crowd knows who's up there, but there's a few pretty good people. I try and keep the cyclists out and about and keep us present on the road and on the track. And I'm really enjoying it since I've been out here 6 years in Tassie, and I'm loving it in Tasmania, really is.
Of course, Danny Clark, he happened to come from Georgetown, so that's a big name to live up to, Paul.
Yeah, Danny Clark, absolutely. There's a meeting point we're meeting up against in Georgetown. It's the Water Tower, and it's got a massive mural of Danny. But there's some really good roadmen and trackmen come out of Georgetown. If you know about if you know the history, it's massive, absolutely massive.
That's great. I've got your young cohort here with me. He's known you since you were 10 years of age, Lockie, but I tell you what, how good was that riding the Madison?
Yeah, it was good fun. Good to get out and do one.
Now, like the other two boys, I suppose you're going to say you've ridden one as well.
Yeah.
You have? The same as the other two?
Yeah.
Up in Sydney?
Yep.
And how did you go? Didn't win second or third?
Oh, it didn't go very well.
Didn't go very well. I tell you what, you've gone pretty well today. How have you enjoyed the carnival so far? You've been in great form from Hobart and Lonnie here, of course, Devonport. So are you enjoying it?
Yeah, they've been really good. Thank you.
So how long have you been racing? What age did you start?
I think 4 or 5 years I've been racing.
4 or 5 years. And how old are you?
15.
15 years of age, ladies and gentlemen, 15 years of age. And this young fellow has shown what he can do. Put the name in the black book, Lachlan Oliver. What a great young fellow. Well done, Paul Butler. Just a few interviews we had there while we're filling in. We had about a 20-minute gap, so it was good just to have a few words to some of the riders. We can see the women starting to roll around now. Susan Straits. See the pink team just having a bit of a warm-up. Try to have a look at the program and try to identify who's riding in what colours. Of course, the Madison was first to the Olympics in 2000, the Madison. And it was won by Australia in 2000. They defeated Belgium and Italy back in 2000, the first time the Madison had been at Olympic Games. So Australia beat Belgium and Italy. 2004, once again, it was Australia. They defeated Switzerland and Great Britain. Of course, it's over a 200-lap distance, which is 50 Ks. In 2008, Australia missed out on a placing and it was won by Argentina, that defeated Spain and Russia. And then, not until the Tokyo Olympics was the Madison ever an Olympic event. So we had 3 Madisons in 2000, 2004, 2008, and we just saw the last Madison this year. So it's great to see Madisons, and I know, Paul, that's one of your favourite events, calling a Madison. And but Australia's had some great history, of course, and there's been some great Madison riders.
Oh, there's been sensational riders. Brad Aiken and Scott McGorry winning the 2000 Olympics. Graham Brown and Stuart O'Grady, they're all right, aren't they? Winning the Athens Olympics. The 2008, we don't talk about 2008. They didn't lose. They had a 100% hit rate. They never lost in 2008. Australia didn't qualify. Didn't make it to there. But let's go back, before we go back, a little bit of history on that one. The schedule for the women's Madison is going to the schedule of a 5 o'clock start. So if you are in the audience, please ensure that you pop yourself over to Glen Roy's Coffee or the kiosk over there for some light refreshments. We're not that far away from the start, and in the meantime, the girls are warming up. There's some stellar teams we'll announce very shortly. Mentioned 2000 Olympics. And Scott McGorry, Brett Aiken. But Australia also kind of got a silver medal as well. A silver medal. The Belgian team had 2 riders, Etienne de Wilde, and one person that I think a lot of Tasmanians would go, okay, you might speak Vlaanderen, a bit of Dutch, but we claim him as Australian, and you'd have to say a few words about him because Etienne de Wilde, one of the greatest, one of my heroes when I was a child, but Matt Gilmore just nailed it and got that silver medal.
Pretty handy 6-day rider too, of course, Matt Gilmore, and of course was over there in Belgium for many years, but of course it was his idea to have this Madison's down here, I believe, at the Silverdome. It was his concept to do this.
He's also had a lot of input in the development of the junior riders in that, and the under-17s and the youngsters in that. He's also allocated the teams and tried to balance it with, at the same time, it's a delicate balancing act. You can't pair, like, let's go Luke Platt, who's on a 6-figure figure for Ineos Grenadiers. You can't pair them with somebody he doesn't know and feel comfortable with. So he's the wise man of Gilmore has done it so well. Now, going back again, 2000 Olympics, 4th place in the Madison. Great Britain were in 4th. Well, they were in the bronze medal position until Austria had a fall and it involved the Great Britain riders. It was almost disappointing to not see another Australian connection on the podium because Bradley Wiggins was one of the riders, and Bradley Wiggins is an Australian, well, his father is Australian. There was an estranged relationship, that's for sure, but there is some Aussie blood in the Tour de France winner. What a podium that would have been with Aussie blood just filtering the Australian Olympics. That would have been a delightful picture.
Certainly good. We can see the ladies rolling around here now. And does pink go with purple? Well, Lisanne Wilmot says it does. She's on the purple kit, on the pink bike. But what a team. Riding in the orange is going to be Georgie Baker and the youngster from South Australia in Sophie Edwards. In the red colours is going to be Tasmanian's own. You can see her going out of the front straight now. That is Lauren Perry with Chloe Moran. Team 3 is Alex Manley and Katarina Chung-Orr. Team 4, the black and white stripes, Maeve Plouffe and Shannon McCurley, another great team. In the pink, Dahlia Haynes and Meg Marker. Of course, she won the Devonport wheel race yesterday, did young Meg. In the pink-purple colours, we've talked about Susan Straits and also Lizzie Ann Wilmot. And did the blue team, did Ali Anderson get a partner? Looks like there's someone in blue there, but looks like Ali has got someone to ride the Madison. The youngster from Alice Springs, now down in maybe Emma Stevens. We've just got to wait and see. Or is it? Amy Wright has put her hand up, has she? Amy. So great to see that Ali has got a partner. Amy Wright won a wheel race here on her home track, and on the same day went bang, had a crash. But a great young lady is, she is. So really looking forward to it, but as Paul said, something to eat. Lock yourselves in for a very, very good women's Madison, followed by the men. Talking about Amy Wright, yes, it was back in 2018 when she won the Launceston wheel race off the mark of 240 metres. She doesn't ride from that mark anymore, young Amy Wright. Riders talking to each other. Chloe Moran there in the red colours, talking with Tasmanian's own Lauren Perry. So looking forward We're starting at 5 o'clock, so 9 minutes to start time.
We are now calling our women's teams immediately to marshalling, please. We are in final preparation for the women's Madison. There will be sprints on a lap 70, lap 60. Then we do what is called a chase. The chase will last for a short period of time. There are double points on the halfway sprint. Double points on the halfway sprint at 40 laps to go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, big welcome to Launceston City Cycling Club Carnival, the Madison night. Already we have conducted an Invitational Madison, which we were calling the Masters and Apprentices. Now, the first of the big Madisons, and this is the Women's Madison. Essentially day 4 of the Tasmanian Christmas Carnivals. At the Silverdome, our teams are, Team 1 is orange, represented by Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards. Our Team 2, wearing the red Pacific colours, is Lauren Perry and Chloe Moran. Our Team White, that is Alex Manley and Katarina Chung All. The black and white stripes, the referees, represented by Maeve Plouffe and Shannon McCurley. In the pink colours, team number 6, Dahlia Haynes and Meg Marker. These two riders certainly know each other from South Australia. Team number 7 in the purple, Suzanne Straits and Lizanne Wilmont. And a big thank you to our team number 8, the blue colours. Ali Anderson had been looking for a partner. Ali Anderson, formerly from Northern Territory, Alice Springs, moved to South Australia. And a big thank you to putting her hand up, Amy Wright. Rolling out. Ladies and gentlemen, as I explained in the Invitational, Madison, I believe we've done the most of get to know how the race happens. Now we are on for the real deal. The riders riding around. I do need to throw a few curlies at you. And the first is, where are the sprints? It's not necessarily every 10 laps. The first sprint is at 70. Followed by 60, followed by 50. Then a sprint at 45. Another sprint at 40, which is the halfway sprint, and it's a double sprint. Then we get a break of 20 laps, consider the chase. Team White, ready to do the first change of the Launceston Madison for 2021. Team White, Alex Manley, Katarina Chung, all. And that's Katarina at the front. She slowly goes up the track. Then it's every 10 laps till the final sprint, the double pointer. Team Red lining up for their change. Lizanne Wilmont for purple with Suzanne Straits as they exchange. And they're both experienced Madison riders, but they are up against world-class Madison riders. So we hope, as we expect, they can last the 80 laps. I believe they've got the skills to do it. As we see a firm ride here. 7 laps out from the first sprint. Team Orange trying to stay towards the front. They've successfully done that. The rider of Shannon McCurley in 4th wheel. As you look to Team White, are about to exchange, sitting in the back towards the back, and that's where they stay. 6 laps to travel in, Ma.
Yes, on the front is Tasmanian's own Lauren Perry, riding there with, of course, Chloe Moran. Looks over the shoulder, swings up the track now. The blue team, it's great to see that Amy Wright has stepped up to ride with young Ali Anderson, the young girl from Alice Springs. She was dying for a ride here in the Madison. Down the front straight, no pace, no urgency at this stage with 75 to go. And as Shannon McCurley represented Ireland at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, she's about to now swing in her partner in Maeve Plouffe, who was crowned the 2021 Australian Track Cyclist of the Year. Look at the red team around the outside making a move now. This will be Chloe Moran. Got the green shoes on there, Chloe Moran. Looking good as they go to the straight with 74 to go. Swings up the track. The white team looking for a change now. Alex Manley about to throw in Sophie Edwards. Of course, Sophie Edwards broke Amy Kewer's 8-year-long individual pursuit record. And that's her there in the white colours with the red helmet on. But down the front straight, all teams still together at this stage. It's great to see the team there of Lizanne Wilmont and also Susan Straits. And it's Susan Straits now about to throw in the rider of Lizanne Wilmont. So down the front straight, 72 to go, 72 go for the first sprint. Bit of a move now, they're looking for positions, and around the outside does go the rider of Chloe Moran. They'll come around next time to get the bell for the first sprint. So still riding it from the front there is Chloe. Where's her partner? She'll swing down high from the bank here. And that's going to be Lauren Perry. Can the hometown girl take out the first sprint? They come down to the bell. The bell about to sound. Lauren Perry's on the berth. Maeve Plouffe now throws in her partner there. Down the back straight though, she's gone for home there. There's team number 2, Lauren Perry. Lauren Perry, she's about to be challenged though. Lauren Perry about to be challenged by Shannon McCurley. And down the front straight, on the outside, getting up nicely, it's going to be Shannon McCurley, who's riding there, of course, with Maeve Plouffe. And they've gone on with it too. They've gone on with it too, the black and white white stripe team hopping onto a wheel. So a bit of a gap now in the field, Paul.
Listen, right, the interesting thing is the orange team missed the change, and that was Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards, but one of them's just gone on with it and trying to get back in. They didn't quite coordinate it, and they're trying to fix the problem. Yes, the problem's happened, but I think they've got the legs and the speed to fix this. They're doing it right now, Ian.
They certainly are. It's a good move here. Georgie Baker's got to use a bit of energy now to get back on, but it's Chloe Moran. She's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting out in front. Look at young Shannon McCurley, a scratch race specialist on the mainland. As we said, represented Ireland. Maeve Plouffe, though. Maeve Plouffe cruises up and goes to the front. So the red team, so a little bit of a gap, but the white team making their way across. That'd be Katarina Chung Orr in the white team, number 3. On her wheel, the pink colours, but now you can see the orange team here now about to make contact here. So we've got now 5 teams that have got together in the back straight.
Yeah, it took a long time, that change. They didn't coordinate it well, but they've got it now, and we've got our 5 leaders. The team blue certainly need a bit of encouragement, and purple are chasing a little bit behind. And they are doing so well. Ali Anderson, Amy Wright, and Suzanne Straits, Lizanne Wilmot. It didn't take long for the action to start. That sprint created the gap, and that was the one by Shannon McCurley in the referee colours, black and white leading the bike race. Have a look on the board. You can see the points are updated. Plouffe McCurley, 5 points. Perry Moran, 3 points. Haynes and Maker, 2 points. Manley, Chung Orr on 1 point. You can clearly see the team that did miss out was Baker and Edwards. They had the missed exchange. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to keep it a little bit quiet as they are settling in. Coming into the front straight. Ali Anderson getting ready. Ladies and gentlemen, give us some noise. Amy Wright, can she get there? She is so close. Here comes the fresh legs with Ali Anderson. Ali, she's at 40 metres behind, but she's got the bit between her teeth and she's gonna get there. She is on. Give her a round of applause. She's on the front. That's where she is. Gone from the back onto the front, and we're right at coming in the 2 laps to go for the sprint. She changes in there, Team Red coming in for a solid move now. They're getting ready for the sprint positioning. The rider of Ali Anderson leads the way. White's their change. Ali Anderson's got to find a way out. She's done that well. Orange have exchanged this time, but look at the black and whites. Maeve Plouffe coming, and she's got a truckload of speed. She's parked it there though. Can she get it around the outside of Moran? No, she can't, but that's good for 2 points. We have equal leaders. 8 points will be unofficially Perry and Moran. 8 points will be Plouffe and McCurry. It's a bike race, ladies and gentlemen.
It certainly is a great spectacle, Paul. The pace goes off after that sprint, and sometimes we see in Madison there's always a counter-attack. You can see Mike Bailey here in the front straight, the commissaire, pointing to the leaders as they come down the front straight, because once people start losing laps or gaining laps, it becomes pretty hard to follow for some if they're not used to watching Madison racing. But Chloe Moran in the red colours on the front. So the pace goes off as they come down the front straight. Katarina Chung Orr, the youngster from South Australia at the second wheel. Tasmanian's own Lauren Perry, a winner of the wheel race series, a 16-year-old. That's her in the blue colours. Great to see the number 1 team. They're back in action. Sophie Edwards there. Meg Marker. She won the Devonport wheel race yesterday. She's in the pink colours. Then in the black and white stripes at the back. It's going to be the rider there in Maeve Plouffe throwing in Shannon McCurley. And McCurley just says, nope, I don't want to stay at the back. I want to get up closer towards the pointy end as she goes up the track. Sophie Edwards in the Alex Manley. Now the colours of Georgie Baker come to the front in the orange colours. Goes up the track, a short turn there, lead Meg Marker. She's looking for her a teammate there in Dahlia Haynes, the West Australian, now racing residing over there in South Australia. So Haynes is the one that gets thrown in. Down the back straight though, and it's Shannon McCurley on her wheel. Lauren Perry in the red. Ali Anderson, the youngster from Alice Springs, coming down. So he's looking up at the scoreboard. You can see 2 teams on 8 points. Perry and Moran, Plouffe and McCurley on 8, Haynes and Marker on 4, and Manley and Chung Orr on 2.
Still Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards yet to open their account. I am truly impressed with Ali Anderson's riding skills. Not only were they off the back, they fought their way back. She didn't get overly excited, even though she went to the front. The change happened in front of her, and she had the sense to back out and get above it. She's really impressive. And Amy Wright getting ready to get down low as she comes in. And you can see Amy Wright was the volunteer to ride with Ali Anderson, and she's doing a great job. And having a look over her shoulder, she's got some of the world's best Madison riders right on her hip at the moment. She must be delighted. I'm going to draw your attention to the lead rider on the track per se. They're actually coming to 3/4 of a lap down, and they're going to lose their first lap, and that is the riders of Susan Straits and Lizanne Wilmont. They are obliged to join back in as we come in with 2 laps to the sprint.
2 laps of the sprint. Team number 1, as Paul said, have got no points at this stage, but they're determined to get some this time. Georgie Baker about to be thrown in. We've seen Laurie Perrin. She throws in. Lauren Perry gets thrown in by Chloe Moran. The bell about to sound. Baker, she's got Lauren Perry for company. Also coming into it. Oh, look at the black and white round the outside. Have they got some legs? Down the back straight, and it's going to be the rider there. Maeve Plouffe and Shannon McCurley too. They're looking strong. The black and white stride team. So down the front straight, the 3rd sprint coming up. And she takes it out nicely to Shannon McCurley from Georgie Baker, Lauren Perry. The white team up nice and handy for 1 point.
Yeah, that puts the black and white team in the lead now with that 5 points. But I can tell you right now that Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards have opened their account with the 3 points, so they'll now be on the scoreboard. But we do have our outright leaders, Maeve Plouffe and Shannon McCurley, on 13 points. Compliments to the scoreboard. It is updating very, very quickly. You can now see Manley, Chung Orr on 3, Baker and Edwards also on 3. The riders of the blue team, they're back into that defensive position. The bunch comes through. So let's get behind them. It's Ali Anderson, Amy Wright trying to get back on to the group in the lead. And there she goes down the back straight. She's closing in quite nicely. The bunch hasn't got accelerated. And ladies and gentlemen, get your clapping gear ready again. Team Blue are back again. 7 laps out from the next sprint. This often happens in a Madison, a flurry of action, and then it settles.
Yes, we get the excitement from the commentators and then the lull as the pace goes off. But on the front, they've opened their account now, the orange team. Sprint, sorry. 4-5, yes. So this is another sprint every 5 laps now. So looking who's going to take. Where's the black and white team? They were very impressive. Maeve Plouffe is the one about to try to make an attack. She'll have to go 3 wide and a bit of traffic up here though on the top bit. Oh, they changed here. The orange team wasn't a good place to change, and it's going to be the red team that'll come down and take it out. That's going to be Chloe Moran that took it out. Oh, she swings in. Lauren Perry. What great bike handling skills there. Oh, everything's fine. And Shannon McCurley got thrown in there by Maeve Plouffe, but that was a great win.
That was fantastic. That was the 5 sprint, but ladies and gentlemen, the next sprint is the halfway sprint. It is a double point sprint, so the change of the leaderboard. There were several little incidences there. Riders had to back out to not go under a change, and in the end, the rider of Georgia Baker, Sophie Edwards, had to go under a change, but it stayed upright as we're seeing Team Purple losing their second lap at the moment. We've got a gruppetto of 5 teams here. Team Blue chasing, but this is the important sprint. It is worth double points. So that means it's 10 for the first place, 6 for second. You can do the rest of the math. 4 and 2. Another Little rest. 2 laps out from the halfway sprint. Team Blue are back in it again. Team Purple, they can win this sprint, get 10 points. That'll bring them to -30. They have lost 2 laps. Team Blue, now the Team Orange are in a position here. They look where their teammate. It's going to be a nervous change here, but everybody behind knows what's happening. Team White on the underneath. It's tight. Team White asking for help. They get through now. Team Orange on the outside. Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards pushing on, trying to hold this lead. Georgia Baker looks over her shoulder, and she's got company. Team Red coming over. Chloe Moran. Chloe Moran takes the 10 points. Team Orange, the 6th. Pink, fantastic ride for the 4 points. Shannon McCurley and the rider, Shannon McCurley only got the 4 points, the 2 points, apologies there. So that's going to put Maeve Plouffe in a bit of bother. She's hanging at the back. This is our lead 4. Team White, they got a raw deal on that exchange coming into it, but they haven't panicked and they're back together. We've got 5 teams, 2 teams chasing, not far down. Team Blue are yet to lose a lap. How good is Amy Wright and Ali Anderson?
Doing a great job, and we thank Amy for putting her hand up to ride with the Alice Springs youngster in Ali. And look at them chase. We're in the chase period now. 20-lap chase period on now before we finish off with 3 big sprints. Put your hand together there. Make contact, ladies and gentlemen. So all teams back together. Young Ali Anderson, only a youngster to the sport. She medalled at the Nationals in 2018, did young Ali Anderson at the junior level. This is the chase period, so we'll see what happens here if someone wants to go on the attack. But it's Georgie Baker, who's missed out on a couple of sprints. She's been just collared on the line. That's her in the orange colours. The red colours there, a great team of red of Lauren Perry and also Chloe Moran, who's really riding well here in the Madison, the South Australian Chloe Moran. The pink colours, a young team, Meg Marker, the Devonport wheel race winner in Meg Marker on the front. Swings up now to allow the rider of Shannon McCurley from the Latrobe Cycling Club on the mainland, but represents Ireland at the Olympic Games and World Cups. That's her in the black and white stripes. Shannon McCurley looking for a pace to settle in this chase period. And they're coming down with 35 to go. The next sprint will be at 20 to go.
Now the chase is a period where there are no sprints and it's over 20 laps. And you may say, well, this is a bit of a chance to rest. In my experience, and I've ridden a lot of Madisons, the chase is where the race is lost. It is most certainly lost on many occasions. Now it's a European component of the race, not used in the Olympics. But if you ask Cameron Meyer, is the chase a rest period? He'll say no. That's where I win the race, by taking the laps. And guess what? We've got Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards on the move. Team Orange lead the way, and they've got to mark Chloe Moran. As we see, an incident has happened, and Maeve Plouffe is fighting her way back. We've got 2 in front, 3 in the middle, 1 coming across. Team Blue fighting on. It's come back together, and it's going to settle for a second. Or is it? Team White decide, no, that was enough for them. Alex Manley said it's not the time to go, and returning like the great Lazarus. Look at him, look at him. Ali Anderson says, I don't want to hang around here. I'm going. I'm sick of chasing you guys. So what I'll do is I'm going to go on the attack. How about a cheer for Ali Anderson? She's on the way. She's been chased by Susan Straits. What are they? Susan Straits has been chasing the bunch all day, and now she's chasing Ali Anderson.
Yeah, the pace slackens off. You can see the orange team though, but Ali Anderson just dangling out in front of this time. She was thrown in on her local track here. Lauren Perry has now been thrown in by Ali Anderson. Susan Straits riding for that purple team on the front. So down the back straight, she's increased the tempo here as Lauren Perry. Lauren Perry, Susan Straits just soft pedaling at this stage. There's no, look at the white team. Alex Manley now at the back of that field, but down the front straight comes the local rider here in Lauren Perry. Liz Ann Wilmot, the Canadian on the front. Great to see her. She's a sprinter, but she put her hand up to ride the Madison here with Susan Straits. And down the back straight, they've got her in her sights here, Lauren Perry. She goes up by the scoreboard, and this, of course, has been live streamed all over the world. Lauren Perry, she's looking for her partner now. 8 laps to go to the next sprint. Georgie Baker there on her wheel there in the pink colours is Meg Marker in the black and white stripes. Looking good at this stage is Shannon McCurley. She's been very impressive. They lost some room earlier on, and Maeve Plouffe had to bring it back. Looking here in the chase period. No one's gone on the tack really, except for the blue team, who got to nearly half a lap up, but they've been brought back now. The red team looking serious on the top of the track. Are they going to mount an attack or not? Wait and see. Looking over the shoulder, there is Maeve Plouffe. Goes up the track, looks to her left. She sees the orange team now. She swings up the track there to Sophie Edwards. Leisurely pace down the front straight. Chloe Moran in the red with the green shoes on. She's easy to pick up. 3 and 4 wide as they go out of the straight. The lull in the Madison. Just the quiet period. But won't be long before it heats up again when they get the bell with 21 to go. They're going to be flying again for the points.
It was a brilliant attack by Ali Anderson and the rider of Amy Wright. I actually saw Amy Wright's face as Ali Anderson. It was almost like, what are you doing? But I'm going to go for it. It was brilliant though. We are 5 laps out from a bit of a next sprint, a bit of a reminder. Perry and Moran on 25 points. That is Team Red. Then we go back to Plouffe and McCurley in the black and white. They are on 18 points. Baker and Edwards, having missed the first 2 sprints, are now on 10 points. They're in the orange. Haynes and Marker in the pink on 8 points. Manly and Chung Orr on white colours are on 5 points. They may be looking for the lap. Pink just trying to find their way through. They've got there now. It's getting crucial as we look at the scoreboard. It's coming up to 2.5 laps to the next sprint, and the team of McCurley and Plouffe at the front. Maeve changing in. McCurley is now in the race. You see the rider of Edwards looking over her shoulder, and she was looking just at that moment. Alex Manley looking at an opportunity as she tries to muscle her way to the front, but defending the lead. Maeve Plouffe wants to lead into the bell for the next sprint. Alex Manley trying to get the wheel. McCurley's decided to go back. Manley's got Katarina ready to change. McCurley goes up. The rider of orange are changing as well. There's changes all over the place. It's tight, but Katarina gets through. The rider of Edwards moving forward, and it's going to be a good solid win there in the 5 points to Baker Edwards. Katarina Chung Orr, she's got nerves of steel. She didn't flinch, and she's had a few rough ones, and the rider of Shannon McCurley didn't give an inch as well. There's your 4 leaders on there, and Team Pink trying to get back on. They're not panicked, are Haynes and Marker. That's Haynes getting back on now. We've got our 5 leading in the group.
It's a great ride here by the 4th place team there in Haynes and Marker. Only youngsters, but Lauren Perry and Chloe Moran on 26 points. Maeve Plouffe and Shannon McCurley on 20. Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards on 15. Of course, there's double points at the end. We've still got one more sprint for 5, 3, 2 and 1. And then the big one at the end. 10, 6, 4 and 2 for the last one. We'll see what happens after the next sprint, because that will determine what's going to happen for that final sprint. Can Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards close the gap by taking out the next sprint and then set themselves up for the final sprint? We'll have to wait and see. It's good to see the pink team on the front now. Meg Marker, she's about to throw in her teammate there. Oh, sorry, Meg Marker gets thrown in by her teammate, Dahlia Haynes. The red team about to change now. The red team Lauren Perry, Chloe Moran, have a bit of a chat to each other. I've seen Chloe Moran just whispering in Lauren's pinky there. A few instructions there from Chloe Moran. Don't know sure what the message was. My hearing's not that good, but she definitely had a few words to say to Lauren Perry. Shannon McCurley gets thrown in now by Maeve Plouffe. So they're just biding their time at this stage. So we've got a field of 7. Some teams have been lapped. 15 laps to go. Getting down to the pointy end. Look at the blue team. Young Ali Anderson in the back straight. She's waiting for young Amy Wright to do a change. The red team, they'll have to extra... Oh, yes, well done to the red team. They went around to give Ali Anderson some room to be changed into the field. So 14 to go. On the front is Alex Manley. She throws in the youngster in Katarina Chung Orr. Georgia Baker. Chung Orr now ups the tempo down the back straight. Chung Orr. Georgia Baker about to throw in Sophie Edwards. Up by the scoreboard. Into the front straight again. Looking for position before that final sprint for 5, 3, 2 and 1. Then we've got the big sprint at the end. Position. Oh, they missed the change there, the purple team. They missed the change. That was Susan Straits and also Liz Ann Wilmot. But Susan Straits, what a competitor she is here in Tasmania. A prolific wheel race winner here in Tasmania. The pace is quicking up. Look at Lauren Perry. She's on the burst. Lauren Perry, they'll come around and get the bell next time. Perry, a good change here. She's going to throw in Chloe Moran in a perfect position in the back straight. That's where you want to change, as I balance up for the bell. Chloe Moran gets thrown in now. The bell about to sound. What a great change that was. Coming quickly though there is the black and white team of Maeve Plouffe. Down the back straight, Chloe Moran leads there. Maeve Plouffe can't get through at this stage. Interest only in the minor. She's looking over her shoulder, Chloe Moran. She's got plenty in the tank. Now Maeve Plouffe down the outside. Plouffe, Moran, Plouffe, Moran, Plouffe on the outside. Maeve Plouffe took it out from Chloe Moran. And now there's a counter-attack. What a great counter-attack. It usually happens after a sprint.
It's game on. Is it enough to take a lap? I'm not sure, but the orange team of Sophie Edwards and Georgia Baker are going and going and going. They've waited for this moment. You can see the scoreboard. There's nothing in it. That 5 points is going to bump them up. It's going to be a 1-point game. It's pretty much who wins the last sprint will probably win it, because the team red and black and white have proven to be the dominant teams here. Hang on. What about Edwards? What about Baker? What about the race? 8 laps to go, and Shannon McCurley's firing out. She's going, I'm not going to lose this in the last lap. Let's not let him go. She's chasing, and right now we see the team reds trying to get back there. Perry and Moran. Perry comes through now, and Katarina Chung Orr, Alex Manley's teammate, is right in there. Katarina Chung Orr has been in every move she can now. They're bringing him back with every pedal stroke. As we come down to 7 laps to go, they look over their shoulder. It's over. The brake hasn't worked. They settle. We have our top 4 teams, ladies and gentlemen. The Pinks are trying to get back. Maeve Plouffe goes in now. Now Alex Manley goes in. The fatigue is there. You see Team Orange, Edwards chasing it. Manley saw an opportunity, and Alex Manley's gone. She goes 10, 20, 30 in front, and still increasing. The chase is happening. Chloe Moran doesn't want to do it. She's looking over her shoulder. She wants help. Alex Manley, she's going 60. She's going 70. She's going 80 in front now. And ladies and gentlemen, Alex Manley's been waiting for this moment. There's 4 laps, 10 points for the final sprint. Can she get on the podium? The orange team starting to drive it now. The riders sitting in there, they know whoever realistically, the Perry, it says on the board 29-25, so that is the score. It's really in the balance. It ain't over till it's over. Katarina Chung Orr, 3 laps to go. Can she hold them out? She has been determined all series. The blue team is back in there, right in the mix with the pinks. We see now Katarina Chung Orr looking for Alex Manley. They still have over 110 metres, maybe even more. Where is Alex Manley? She's in the back straight. Katarina coming through. She got 2 to go. Now, the bunch gets 2 go. Shannon McCurley trying to drive on. Baker and Edwards change. Moran changes Perry as we see him moving up right now. We look at it, Perry coming around. Perry's flying. She's starting it. The bell lap. Alex Manley's going to win the final sprint. They're out there, but the winners of the Madison are right here. The Team Red, Perry Moran. Perry's not going to be denied. She knows what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, what an attack. What a final sprint win. Alex Manley. But the team of Perry Moran will be the Madison champions here in Launceston.
Great call to the finish there, Paul. But no doubt about it, that suited the team there of Perry and also Moran with that attack there by Alex Manley, because they would not be able to get up for a placing. But they're happy, Chloe Moran and the local rider. That's why the crowds got excited. Lauren Perry and Chloe Moran have taken out the Madison. What a magnificent Madison it was for the women. You'll find that Maeve Plouffe and Shannon McCurley will be second, all very tight for third. 2 teams on 19 points. 2 teams on 19 points, so it's going to be decided for that over the line for that final sprint. So the top place in the last sprint out of Baker and Edwards, Manley and Chung all. They won the sprint, so I think they will get third. So they've Georgie Baker and Sophie Edwards, unfortunately, on 19 points. We'll have to be content with fourth.
Yeah, we'll go with the provisional results, and we'll say provisionally Perry and Moran have won the event. Plouffe and McCurley in second place, and by virtue of being the highest place on the last sprint, Manley and Chung All will be third. These are provisional results and not official until all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. We'll be back very shortly with the men's Madison. The men are now in their final preparation. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Amy Wright and Ali Anderson. And also a big round of applause for Suzanne Strait and Lizanne Wilmot. They held themselves so well. Even though they lost the laps, they still participated and managed to do it safely as well. It was a great Madison and a great return to Madison's here in Launceston.
teams assembling over there in the back straight, the mastering area, and looking forward to this men's Madison over the 140 lap journey. The first sprint will be at 1:30, the second sprint at 1:20. As we'll call this the Graham Gilmore sector, the first two sprints. Then we'll have the 20 lap chase, the Danny Clark sector. We'll have the Ron Grender sector. It's good to see Ron Grender here today. That's the Ron Grender sector. Will be sprints. There'll be 5 sprints and then double points at 80 to go. Then we'll have the Graham Hotchkiss sector, a 20 lap chase. Then we'll have the Michael Grender sector, the sprints at 60, 50 and 40. The Max Sloan 20 lap chase. And then the final sector will be the Matthew Gilmore sector, sprints at 20, 10 and the finish, which will be double points. So it's great to be able to have those sectors of Graham Gilmore, Danny Clark, Ron Gender, Graham Hotchkiss, Michael Grender, Max Sloan and Matthew Gilmore. Some great teams, and we will introduce them to you when they roll around. Eight teams will contest. They're just getting their instructions over there from Graham Cure, the Chief Commissaire. But what a great women's Madison that was. Lauren Perry, Chloe Moran taking it out in a sensational event. You can see over there being instructed what's going on.
And I heard as I was just quickly returning from a short break, I did notice that you mentioned the sectors and the sprints. And we're not going to spell out each individual, but it does show a broad spectrum of the great history of Madison riders that we have, not only here in Australia, but also in Tasmania. And I just think there may be a few of them here today in the velodrome. Can you help us out by introducing the riders?
Yes, in the orange kit we've got here, Luke Plapp will be riding with Josh Duffy. In the red colours, we've got Angus Miller, the young rider from South Australia, with the rider from the Netherlands in Ryan Schultz. In the white colours, Tom Cornish and Matthew Richardson. Are they there? The white team? Unbelievable. They're in the stand. The next team, the red, white and green of Dalton Stretton and Ollie Blennon, the youngsters. You can see them over there in the red, white and green. The team in the red and black stripes, Zach Gilmore, Tasmanian's own Zach Gilmore, and the upcoming youngster in Hamish Mackenzie. In the purple colours, the Queenslander James Moriarty and Liam Walsh. Another great team in the blue colours, Graham Frisley and Jensen Plowright. Both these riders have won wheel races at the Carnival this year so far, and they're a great combination. And the final team we'd like to introduce is Jack Menzies and Noah Blenheim. Jack Menzies, the Tasmanian, and Noah Blenheim, the Queenslander. One rider from each team will go to the front straight. So we can see them lining up there on the front straight. So the blue team there, Graham Frisley at the back. He's got a great partner in Jensen Plowright. Angus Miller there in the red. In the yellow colours, orange colours. Hello. Graham Q has asked them to roll around.
Yep, I've just looked over your shoulder and the scoreboard, I'm so glad I said provisional, as Baker and Edwards have added some extra points on there. They found them under the carpet at the back door, but so it is 35 points, Perry Moran, Plough McCurley 29, then Baker and Edwards 23. Manley and Chungall on 19, winning that 10 points in the final sprint. So there was no need to split on equal points. So Baker and Edwards appear to have done enough. Again, it will not be official until I get a signature on a piece of paper from the commissaire. Everything we do say is unofficial, and provisional results do appear on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, just as the riders are getting ready, I kind of get the feeling that there's going to be a lot of support for the red, white and green of Dalton Stratton and Ollie Blendon. He was so good in the elimination, Dalton Stratton. He was right up there, and there was plenty of support from the crowd. They got to have to call them the Italian team, surely. Josh Duffy riding with Luke Plapp. That is also going to be a team to watch. It's, I've just been asked, is that really an orange? I'm going to call it man salmon. Salmon, yeah. It's a very fitting colour. Very fitting colour for Tasmania. Angus Miller. Angus has ridden so well. There were times that I thought he was out of his league, but every time he looked like he was in danger, he seemed to go on the attack. He is just so, he's ridden so well, and hopefully he comes away from these Tasmanian Carnivals and knowing that he can ride with the best. Ryan Schilt has just gotten better and better every day as we see the riders coming through. With the big M team, it's disappointing not to see Matt Richardson and Tom Cornish, but it would have been an interesting I bet you they could have won the first sprint. Zach Gilmore knows how to ride a Madison with Hamish McKenzie. The red and black stripes. Look, I know there are going to be favourite teams and there's going to be dominant teams. We already know that Graham Frisley and Jensen Plowright are so good at Madisons. We know that Luke Plapp and Josh Duffy. But Ian, I really want to bring your attention to this team right here, the purple team. James Moriarty and Liam Walsh. They're both super strong riders and super clever riders. They can fight for this one.
Yes, I've been very impressed with both those Queenslanders, Paul, at the Carnival starting in Hobart. Liam Walsh has been up and about and in places, and of course James Moriarty is always a rider that goes on the attack. I'm very interested to see how young Hamish McKenzie goes with Zach Gilmore, a very impressive young rider, a very good individual pursuiter. So they're coming to the fence now. See the blue team there. Graham Frisley. In the salmon colours, Josh Duffy. In the orange colours there, that is the rider of Jack Menzies. Jack Menzies in the yellow. It says gold. In the red, Angus Miller. In the stripes. That's the red and black stripes of Hamish McKenzie. In the Italian colours there, that'll be Ollie Blenheim. And in the purple colours of the old Tudor, that will be Liam Walsh.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I introduce the first sector of this event, and that is for sprints 130 and 120. The first sector is called the Graham Gilmore sector. Riders will start as they come through with 140 laps of the Silverdome. So we are underway now with the Launceston 2021, and hopefully the start of a Madison spectacular over the years. A class field of 8 teams. The riders have well and truly been introduced. The crowd certainly know how to watch a Madison now if they didn't before. And our first sprint will happen at 10 laps into it at 130. After the first 2 sprints, we'll go into a 20-lap chase. That sector, the Denny Clark sector. Then a series of sprints with a halfway sprint at 80 laps to go. And bear in mind, before the double point halfway sprint, there is a sprint at 85 as well. It nearly caught us out. I was very quick just to say it's going to be Bell. And it makes that double point halfway. You've really got to suffer. And do you go for the sprint at 85 and suffer in the 80? It's at the end of it, you can see how close the points come down. And a point missed, an opportunity to score points, you never regain it. So you've got to take everything you can. Ladies and gentlemen, there's certainly the getting to know you period has just commenced as they are riding bit for bit with 6 laps to the next sprint. Team Red leading the way, and the elbow flick says it's your turn.
Yes, that's the common way to say I'm going up the track. And Zach Gilmore on his home track here. Of course, Zach Gilmore. See the Salmon team about the chains. That's Luke Plapp about to throw in Josh Duffy there now at second wheel. But down the front straight, that's the blue team there. Jensen Plowright, bit of movement there up on the top bend. See the purple team there of Liam Walsh. Move around the outside now by the red team, Angus Miller, who was teamed up with Ryan Schultz, the rider from the Netherlands. The black and white, the red and white stripe team about to change now. And that is Zach Gilmore throwing in the youngster, Hamish McKenzie. He looks very, very comfortable on the bike. This is the youngster, Hamish McKenzie. Around the outside he goes. He got himself through traffic very, very nicely now. But Henry, that is the rider of Graham Frisley, Fafia style on the bike. It's always easy to pick up Graham Frisley the way that he sits the bike. And it's Frisley that leads out from Josh Duffy there in the salmon colours. Bit of a move around the outside by the Italian colours. That's Ollie Blenheim in the green, white and red. Ollie Blenheim. Luke Plapp about to be thrown in now in the front straight. That's in the salmon colours. He's looking there for Josh Duffy. Very good positioning there by those riders. Great track craft, these riders, as they swing each other in. So all together this time, and they'll come around shortly for the first sprint. So the pace has been ramped up now. You can see the pace. The red team on the move. And this is Ryan Schultz from the Netherlands. He's on the move, the red team. Ryan Schultz. Chasing him now is Jensen Plowright. Plowright is the one out after Ryan Schultz. Down the back straight. He's finding plenty. He has a look under the arm to his right. But look at Plowright. Plowright storming home on the outside. And Plowright will come down and take out the 5 points from Ryan Schultz. Oh, getting up on the outside. The purple team. The salmon team just relaxed on the line, but what a great opening sprint.
Yeah, the purple team did a massive change in bank to number 2 as they came into it, and they fought all the way. That is the riders of Moriarty and Walsh. Moriarty just sitting in there quite comfortable now as we look at the settling of the regrouping. The teams, they all look level pegged. They are capable as Jensen Plowright just throws in the great mate there as he takes off Frisley. Frisley goes up and purple settle in at the front. Liam Walsh wondering where they've all gone. He's got a small lead. He kind of says, no, I don't want to go away at this stage as we are 8 laps away from the next sprint. And he couldn't expect it. There was a great move by the Angus Miller, Ryan Schilt. Ryan Schilt launched around the outside. But how strong was Jensen Plowright? There you see it, 5 points on the board. Miller, 3 points. Moriarty's team, 2 points. Duffy and Plapp, 1 point. You kind of get the feeling that the Plapp would be looking for the lap because that's the style of rider he has become. But at the same time, Duffy, he can mix it in every sprint. I'm not saying Plapp can't mix it in the sprints. He most certainly can, as we see the stripe team getting away. Zach Gilmore and Hamish McKenzie. Gilmore in the white helmet. That's him now. Gilmore looks over his shoulder and says, okay, I'm going to give this a bit of a nudge here. He's trying to look for his change as we come in with 5 laps to go. He looks forward, but it's way over here is the rider of Mackenzie. He's a long way in front. Gilmore looks over his shoulder again. It'd be kind of fitting for Gilmore to win a sprint in the Graham Gilmore sector. And here he comes now. Can he get there, ladies and gentlemen? Hamish Mackenzie, give him some encouragement. Hamish Mackenzie, he's 3 laps out from the sprint and they've got about 120 metres at the moment. The little bit of a chat there came from Frizzly. He said, it's all right, I've got this. He starts to come through. They're coming in now with only 2 laps to the sprint. Can they do it? Hamish Mackenzie, he looks over his shoulder. Don't look back, there's no reason. What do you think, no one's chasing? Everybody's chasing, mate. Hamish Mackenzie, the bunch comes through with 2 laps to go. Hamish Mackenzie still in front, but guess what? Gilmore's coming in. Gilmore, Zach Gilmore with some fresh legs. He says, I'll take it from here on the bell, and ladies and gentlemen, Zach Gilmore is going to win the sprint in the Graham Gilmore sector of this Madison. What a fitting win, Zach Gilmore. 5 points, coming again. Oh, Plowright did it again. Whoa, it looked like he got there, in my opinion.
Unofficially, yes. I reckon he got there for second, but here comes the leader. Zach Gilmore, what a great sprint that was with Hamish Mackenzie. The pace goes off. They're not chasing him yet. That's young Angus Miller in the red colours. No, he didn't go on with it. Down the back straight. He's looking for his partner there in young Hamish Mackenzie in the black and white stripes. Then further back, we've got James Moriarty in the purple colours. And it's Moriarty coming down the front straight now. The red team and the pink team, the salmon team around the outside. Josh Duffy said, hey, I've got to get a bit closer to the front, as Josh Duffy. He's got his head buried in the back straight there, Hamish Mackenzie. Has a peep over his left shoulder. Graham Frizzly on the front in the blue colours. Swings up the track. You can see the Italian colours now. This is young Ollie Blenheim. He went up the track as well. Liam Walsh, the Queenslander, now in the purple colours. The red team about to change. This will be Ryan Schultz has been thrown in. Schultz down the back straight. Are they going to chase? They're making some inroads here onto Hamish Mackenzie. Zach Gilmore about to change there just after the finishing line. Swinging up the track there was Frizzly. Duffy on the front, Ollie Blenheim there as well. And of course, this sector is the Danny Clark sector. He used to thrill the crowd many, many times here in Tasmania, Danny Clark. Hailed from Georgetown here in Tasmania. Looking over the shoulder, Luke Plapp swings up. They've got the leader in Zach Gilmore in their sights now. Going along nicely, Liam Walsh been very impressive, the Queenslander in the purple colours. He's about to swing in James Moriarty. Moriarty on the front, all back together again as the red team change. And that's the rider there of Ryan Schultz throwing in his partner there in Angus Miller, the youngster from South Australia. Oh, this is a great Madison so far, and we're nowhere near halfway through. Luke Plapp just there at second wheel in the salmon colours. He goes up the track, didn't want to be in that position. I tell you what, who is doing a great job, that gold team, the youngsters of Jack Menzies and Noah Blenheim. Jack Menzies of Tasmania and Noah Blenheim from Queensland. They're only youngsters there in the gold colours. Now it's young Ollie Blenheim. He's in the Italian colours of green, white and red. But down the front straight once again, 112 to go. This is, as I said, the Danny Clark chase sector. Of course, Danny Clark, 6-day races. And Tasmania were excited with Danny back in the days where he used to be 6 and 7 deep there at Burnie or the outdoor tracks back in the days of Danny Clark. Liam Walsh on the front. This is the chase period. It's not a period where you have a rest. It can be a period where you make a move. And the gold team, a good change here by the youngsters. Wasn't a hands thing, it was just a touch of hands. And of course, back in the old days, it was only a matter of touching their shoulder or to signify a change. It's the pink team now get thrown in. That's the salmon team. I call it pink, but are they going to make a move at this stage? It's early on, and it's Luke Plapp. Every time he goes to the front, he goes up and looks for a position here in this, the Danny Clark chase period. Ryan Schultz in the red colours. Throws in the youngster from South Australia. So up on the top end, we're in the Danny Clark chase period. Purple colours there on the front now. That is the rider there of James Moriarty. Moriarty, Jensen Plowright in the blue now at second wheel. You see the salmon colours. Luke Plapp. These youngsters in the gold colours. Noah Blenheim and Jack Menzies, the Tasmanian. So there'll be no action here in the chase period, the Danny Clark chase period. We've only got 7 laps to go before we go into the Ron Grender sector. They'll get the bell at 101 laps to go for the next sprint. They're all just happy to get their legs ready for the next sprint, find the position. Looking over the shoulder is the youngsters. I tell you what, they're not waiting for anyone, these youngsters. They're matching it with some of the big teams here. This team of gold, Noah Blenheim and Jack Menzies. So getting close to the end of the chase period, and we're going to come around for the bell with 101 to go. Graham Frisley, the winner of the Launceston wheel race, narrowly. And once again today, very narrow victory in the National Elimination Championship. That's him in the blue colours at second last wheel, but down the front straight, the local rider in Josh Duffy about to throw in the Tokyo Olympian bronze medalist in the team's pursuit. That's Luke Plapp. And Plapp down the back straight. About to be thrown in now Angus Miller there by Ryan Schultz. The Italian colours around the outside. Riding very well today. Dalton Stretton's been very impressive, Dalton Stretton on the front. Thick of the elbow there by Stretton as he goes up the track. And that allows the purple team to take up the running down the back straight. That's James Moriarty on the front in the golden colours. Jack Menzies, Noah Blenheim. So getting close next time around, they'll get the bell. So next time around, looking for position now. Look at the salmon team. They'll try and for position and half a lap to go before they get the bell.
So coming up to the bell and the pace quickens, and you know why. They're going to get in position for the sprint. Sprints usually start 2 laps out, and that's exactly what happened. You can see Gilmore ready to change in as he goes now. He throws. Better look at Plowright. He throws there as well as you get the new rider in. Plowright's good mate, Frisley. They haven't missed a beat, and they take the 5. The salmons come up. Duffy with the 3 points. But how good is Hamish McKenzie? He got in there maybe for the 2 points, and Liam Walsh and James Moriarty possibly the 1 point. Everything is unofficial. They come in now 99 laps. That's 90 plus GST as they come in now. They are absolutely caning it. That sprint has lit them up. But have a look. Every team has held their own. No team has been distanced. They've always ridden with great skill and great determination, and they're all together as we go through now. 98 laps to go, and the next sprint, it's going to catch the riders by surprise as well. The next sprint is at lap 95. 95 is the next sprint. So do they know it? If they read the manual, they might know it. But it's very hard to do mathematics when your heart rate's at 160 plus. And they might get a little bit of a surprise here on this, because this will be a bell. That means there's a sprint coming up, and they are trained. They're like Pavlov's dog. When they hear that bell, they go and have a look at this. Gilmore has been brilliant so far. The Italians come in, they're right in there, but Gilmore's going to make the change. But it is Team Blue yet again. Plowright, another 5 points. If he was an investment banker, you'd put all your money with him. He's just keep on accumulating.
He's a great youngster from the mainland, is Jensen Plowright. They've got a pretty handy partner there, also from the mainland. Hails from Bacchus Marsh, this young fellow on the mainland, and they're doing a great job. Graham Frisley Look at the scoreboard. I think that's up to date now. 18 points there to Frizzley and Plowright, 9 to Miller and Schultz, 5 to Moriarty and Walsh, 5 to Gilmore and McKenzie, and 4 to the number 1 team there of Duffy and Plapp. I think they're keeping their powder dry here, the Salmon team. I wouldn't be surprised that they don't go on the charge at some stage after the halfway mark to try to gain the lap, but we'll see how it unfolds. On the front there, that's Moriarty. Throws in Moriarty. That was Liam Walsh who threw in Moriarty. Look at the blue team. They are absolutely flying. Great throw in there. Jensen Plowright. Look at the black and white team. Gilmore there as well. The Salmon team not out of it too. The bell about to ring. The bell rings for the next. Luke Plapp in the Salmon team. Can the number 1 team get some points here? Down the back straight. But look at Moriarty. He's going. And here comes the blue team. The blue team around the outside. I tell you what, they're sprinting superbly. And they come down to take it another 5 points. Jensen Plowright took that out there from James Moriarty, Zach Gilmore and Lucas Plapp. Oh, 4 teams out in front. And I tell you what, this blue team of Frizzley and Plowright, they're really taking it up to the other teams.
Yeah, look, have a look at the scoreboard. You see it's getting updated. Have a look at the gap, 23 points, 8.7, and it's being updated as I speak. That's a massive gap. But when you invest so much in the sprints, it does leave you vulnerable. Are they burning too much energy and a team to take a lap? It could happen. Now, I remind you, we are in the Ron Grander sector, and this is a fast and furious sector because there are 2 sprints coming up in quick succession. One at 85, correct me if I'm wrong, and the double pointer, the halfway sprint at 80. This is where it can be lost in the situation when they don't stay alert and listen to how fast these sprints come around. And we know Plowright and the rider of Frizzley have been dominant. Team Yellow trying to get back on. They're fighting hard. The bell rings though, and that's going to be hard for them. But guess who's in front? It's your Team Blue. Frizzley adjusts the glasses. Maybe he wants to look good for the photo finish as he comes in. He's starting to hold it, and they haven't put a foot wrong, and they're not going to make a mistake in this one. Jensen Plowright takes another 5 points. And guess what? Yippee-ki-yay! It is on like Donkey Kong. It is Luke Plapp on the fly, and there's a double pointer coming up.
Yes, I thought he might go after the halfway mark, but now Josh Duffy, I tell you what, they're starting to chase seriously because this is a dangerous period here. Josh Duffy, but look at Liam Walsh, the Queenslander. He's out after Josh Duffy, coming down the front straight, 83 laps to go. They're chasing hard. Liam Walsh, the black and white team, Zach Gilmore along with the Graham Frizzley, also the Italian team of Ollie Bennett, but they're gone. Look at Josh Duffy. Liam Walsh is the one chasing, not quite half a lap up at this stage. Throws in Luke Plapp. He only knows one way to race, and that is hard, hard, hard. Silver medalist at World Under-19 Road Time Trial Championships. He's the national champion of Australia. And that's still what they're still, and they're nearly half a lap up still. But he comes, the bell sound, looking for the double points here. They're going to pick him up, they're going to move up the leaderboard here. Down the back straight, Luke Plapp. It's James Moriarty with the rider out chasing him, looking for the boy. And the Italian team, young Ollie Blenheim. Back there further, the Graham, but coming down and taking it out nicely. The 10 points, 6 points there to the purple team of Moriarty. 4 goes to Ollie Blenheim, the Italian, and Graham Frizzley up on the outside.
Maybe even Jensen Plowright, either one. The Team Blues picked up some points, but right now Team Pink, and we're into the next sector. The next sector is called the Graham Hodgkin sector, and it's a chase of 20 laps, so there's no points available. But the Team Salmon have just picked up 10 points for that sprint. They'll bump them up, and if they take a lap, that's 20 points. And I'll tell you what, they're sitting back in the bunch. Meanwhile, Team Blue were burning so many biscuits, so many many matches trying to win all the points. And they were saying, why bother shaving when we're about to chop a head off? And that's what they did. They looked at it. Look at them come now. They are absolutely flying over half a lap up. And it's only the purples who are in there. They're running out of working teams here. There's only 3 in the chase, the Italian colours. Gilmore shakes his head. He's lost the wheel. Now Dalton trying to get up there. And Frizzly's having to ask for help. They need help because it is submission time. And Plapp and the rider of Duffy have done it well. Josh Duffy come in now. Josh Duffy dives down. Some fresh legs. And what legs they are. The power of Josh Duffy getting all aero. As he picks up the riders, he'll get a little bit of a draft, a little bit of a respite. And Team Purple suddenly are in trouble. They were in no man's land. Now they're off the back and trying to fix that gap. It's happening so quickly. And it's all happening in the Hodgkins chase here with 74 laps to go. As we look now, he's got some company. He's allowed to sit. He can't contribute. That's the way it rolls. So it is all up to Team 7. They are 70 metres behind, ladies and gentlemen. And watch this. Luke Plapp, his mouth is open. He's in pain, but he's no longer 70. I'm going to put it at 65. Can he close that down? It's the length of the straight as he comes through. The group of 4 are all together, and he's left red for dead as he goes now. He's coming up. He's down to 50 metres behind, but it is the rider, Graham Frizzly, Jensen Plowright. They don't want to lose this lap. They want some help, and the Italian team looking good for there. They all, Gilmore is showing some weakness, but Plapp, it's not 50, it's not even 40, and Josh Duffy is going to finish it off for him to possibly take the lap. Around the gold, around they go, ladies and gentlemen. Lap taken!
Great riding there by Josh Duffy and Luke Plapp. Will there be a counter-attack? Because they've spent a lot of energy there in that chase. Will someone now do the counter-attack? Will it be the blue team of Frizzly and Plowright? Will it be Ollie Blenheim with his partner? Have they got anything left? Because they were trying to keep away from that fast attack there by the salmon team of Duffy and Plapp. You can see they have gone to the lead on 36 points. That's put Frizzly and Plowright back to 28. Moriarty and Walsh on 16. Gilmore and Mackenzie on 10. And Stretton and Blenheim on 6. So next time the sprints will be up, it'll be the bell will go at lap 61. So we've got 6 more laps before the next sprint. But Luke Plapp on the front, just cruising around on the front now. Luke Plapp swings up to allow those team of the red and black stripes of Zach Gilmore. Graham Frizzly there along with the Italian colours. Swinging up the track there, Jack Menzies. The purple team, he going along nicely as well. Still in the Graham Hodgkins sector, and we'll be coming up shortly to the Michael Grender section. But the Graham Hodgkins section, this is the chase section, and they're just controlling it now on the front, the salmon team, just controlling it, looking for any counter-attacks as Luke Plapp throws in Josh Duffy. They have a bit of a chat to each other as they go out of the straight past the school, but they would have glanced up and seen they're leading by some 8 points. No counter-attacks at this stage. Next lot of sprints coming up, the Michael Grender sprints. There'll be 3 sprints every 10 laps for the Michael Grender. On the front, Jensen Plowright. All the salmon team's got to do now is make sure they counter any attack there by the blue team of Plowright and Frizzly. James Noriarty on the front. He's in the purple colours, about to throw in his Queensland mate there in Liam Walsh. Walsh now rolls to the front. The golden team, they're only youngsters and they might be a lap down, but it's great to see them here up against some of the best riders you'll see riding Madison's in Australia. So the pace is still even without being fast. A bit of a lull in proceedings in the Graham Hodgkins sector. So next time around, they will get the bell for the next sprint. 5, 3, 2 and 1. The leaders sitting there at third wheel, around the outside. Zach Gilmore on the chart. Jensen Plough right on his wheel. Further back to Luke Plapp. Oh, they got to change the blue team change. Down the back straight, Gilmore go, but Graham Frisley up on the outside. Frisley around the outside, looks over the shoulder, and the blue team's going to come back a little bit. But getting up to take the next, Luke Plapp picks up the 3. Ollie Blenheim the 2, and 1 point there will go to Younger, the rider there in the black and white stripes of Hamish McKenzie. Oh, great sprinting there.
Absolutely, absolutely. As in that hiatus of our chase there, as we enter the Michael Grenda sprint series on 60, 50 and 40, Team Red have now officially lost a lap, and Team Gold have both lost a lap. So they'll go minus 20 on the scoreboard, and it is at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. Did you see the way Platt picked up the second place there, the 3 points? They had a look at the scoreboard. The riders get a sense and they look at the board and they go, okay, we've got the big points, but we need to keep on controlling this Team Blue. And they say Team Blue showed some weakness when they attacked. And often, if you can do something once, you can try and do it again. So the gap narrows by 2 points. 5 points for the win, 3 points for second, and very, very wise of the ride of Luke Platt. They held back in the early sprints. They patiently waited and they say, we are starting this race right in the middle and getting those double points, and then we'll go. And they did it. The surprise was Moriarty and Walsh. They were in pursuit, and then suddenly they weren't. Something may have happened. I missed it. They may have missed a change, but we are now 55 laps out. And the next sprint is coming right on 50 in the Michael Grenda gold medalist 1984 Olympics sector. Red and gold back in the field. They've ridden so well, all 8 teams. I have seen very few incidents in this one. They have managed to. When they go under the change, it's always been safe. There's been plenty of room. They can change midway up the track, but they know how to hold their bikes high. As you exchange to your partner, it tends to bring your bike down the track. It's a natural reaction, and that's why we say, go over the top of the changes. Duffy, it has calmed. They kind of know it. 53 laps out. Duffy goes up. He'll probably be looking for the blue team. 2 laps now. The sprints usually start early, and an attack when they're riding slow is always wise. Moriarty says split the change, but it was in time. So he goes through and he's throwing in fresh legs with Liam Walsh. Liam Walsh has got the lead, but guess who's on his wheel? Frisley is chasing. Frisley, but who's on your wheel? Who's on your wheel? It's the sneaky Sevens. The Sevens looking in there. They're going right now. Is Duffy. Plapp's ready to counter this one. And we see Frisley takes the 5. 7 only take the 2. Walsh takes the 3. But watch what happens here. I'm holding my breath. Nothing. There you go. As I said, that was the moment.
Yes, the Jensen Plough right there took that out, so the gap narrows again down to 1 point now. We have got a Madison on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Duffy and Plapp on 41. Okay, they're just updating the scoreboard. I got a bit excited. I thought it had narrowed down. Is it up to date now, Wim? On the front. That's Graham Frisley on the front. Oh, now are they on the attack again, are they? Yes, they are, the Salmon team. Luke Plapp, he says, who can go with me? Who can come with me? Swings up the track. He knew he didn't have a big enough gap to go on the attack. And that's James Moriarty in the purple up the track. As is Graham Frisley, as is Luke Plapp, as is Ollie Blenheim. They all go high on the track. The red team, they've made contact again, the red team. Dalton Stretton. Calm before the storm. The bell about to go at the 40 to go lap. On the front, Graham Frisley on the front. In the purple colours there, James Moriarty throws in Liam Walsh now with the white helmet on. Walsh just woes around the outside. Josh Duffy up there in second wheel, and all they do is countering the blue team. They just got to make sure that the blue team, they've got to try to beat them in every sprint and then not let them go on the attack. Hamish McKenzie, the youngster from Tasmania, on the front in the black and red stripes. Team number 2, that's the rider there of Angus Miller, high on the track in the red. Purple team just slides through underneath to take up the running. Liam Walsh. Ollie Blenheim goes up the track. Zach Gilmore now gets thrown in. Looks over the shoulder to Zach Gilmore. Look at the blue team. They're looking where the salmon team are. The blue team, see they got Luke Plapp right on their wheel. Bit of cat and mouse. Plapp goes underneath as they come down this time with 44 to go. Calm before the storm for the next sprint. Gilmore just dangling off the front at this stage. Plapp looking over the shoulder to see where Plowright is. Looking over his shoulder, Zach Gilmore, 43 to go. The purple team around the outside of James Moriarty. Guess I'm on the outside there of Graham Frisley, now on the outside of Ollie Blenheim. Hamish McKenzie gets thrown in there by Zach Gilmore. McKenzie leads the youngster. Now the pace starts to quicken. They'll come around next time to get the bell. And Luke Plapp is on the charge. He said, we need some more points because the blue team was starting to close in. And Luke Plapp is on the charge. They'll come around this time to get the bell. The bell about to change. Josh Duffy gets thrown in. Duffy's on the charge. And Hamish McKenzie, the youngster, where's the blue team? They can't go on with it. Down the back straight, and it's Josh Duffy. Look at young Ollie Blenheim coming home with Liam and the blue team. Will they get a point? I don't think so, because coming down and extending their lead. That's, oh! I think you'll find that, no, the blue team might have picked up 1 point only. 1 point only in that final sprint in the Michael Grender sector. Next up, we've got the Max Sloan Chase. Over 20 laps, the Max Sloan Chase.
Remember how we said earlier, the chase, is it a real thing? Well, it is real. We saw it last time. That's where Plapp and Duffy took their lap. You see that they got the sprint there, but more importantly, some cracks are appearing in the Frisley-Plowright combination. The team that for the first 40 laps looked like they were going to walk away with this race. They were in every sprint, and they weren't just in every sprint, they were winning every sprint. The only one they didn't get was the one that Gilmore got, and he was already 100 metres in front. And then the tide changed, and that's where you catch the best fish.
Of course, Luke Plapp this morning went out for a ride with Richie Port, just for 170k training ride this morning. So I said to Luke, was it a flat? He said, Richie Port never takes you on flat road. So he's at 170k's this morning, and now he's here with Josh Duffy in the Madison.
So doing a great job, and that's what you got to do. It is a job now. He's a full-time professional, and this is the team that I expected fireworks from, and I know that they have the capabilities as Walsh goes on the attack. But guess who's on his wheel? Dalton Stretton is right up there. He says, come on, Walsh, I will be here for you, but not right now. Now he takes his turn. Dalton Stretton drives it at the front, and now look at the cover move. Yeah, they are covering him. The Team Salmon says, we like our, so how do you like your salmon cooked? Blue. That's a bit of a steak reference, but I think you get what I mean. Italian team, Team Purple, Moriarty. It's a mischange, but in the rules, they do not need to make contact. The rules say you can do a wireless exchange as long as you draw level. And that had happened, but they did do a touch anyway, and they're in. They've got the power. It's not easy. When you lose a change, you've got to accelerate into it. The chase sector has 10 more laps in it. The Max Sloan sector. Ooh, we go again. Luke Plapp. And every time he moves these days, everybody knows that's my ticket. And they jump on his wheel. They know if they can get on the wheel, they saw how easily the elastic was snapped when they went last time. Getting on the wheel isn't necessarily a free ticket though, especially when you got the class of Duffy and Platt.
Yes, as we said, we are in the chase sector, Max Sloan chase sector, and then the action will heat up for those final 20 laps. A sprint at 20 to go, 10 to go, and then the big double points at the end in the Matthew Gilmore sector. But the leaders in the Madison swing up the track. That's Josh Duffy. Angus Miller in the red colours goes up. A flick of the elbow there by the blue. Zach Gilmore in those red and black stripes. Also the elbow. No one wants to go on with it. Ollie Blenheim in the Italian colours. That's Liam Walsh there in the purple colours, the old Tudor colours, the purple colours. The red team, they're still riding it out strongly, young Angus Miller. And from the Netherlands there, we've got Ryan Schultz. Flick of the elbow by Schultz. He goes up the track here. We're into this chase period, and then won't be long before we get into those final 3 sprints. They are doing a great job, these youngsters in the golden team. Give them a round of applause, these youngsters. Jack Menzies and Noah Blenheim. They've just come out of under 17 category, ladies and gentlemen, and that's them in the orange, the gold colours, and they've made contact again. They deserve a round of applause, these youngsters. Well done. As young Noah Blenheim gets thrown in now, he was made captain of the Queensland under-17 squad to go to the Animators Velodrome for the Nationals, but of course there was no Nationals in 2021. On the front, Angus Miller gets thrown in by Ryan Schultz. The purple colours there, that is of James Moriarty. Dalton Stretton about to throw in the rider there from Western Australia in Ollie Blenheim. Look at young Hamish McKenzie. How impressive has he been riding with Zach Gilmore, young Hamish McKenzie, a gold medalist in an individual pursuit in under-17 category. But the purple team, they're trying to open up a bit of a gap here, but the reaction has come there from the salmon team. The blue team following them along. There's a bit of a counter-attack here. The blue are trying to go on and see if they can take any damage into the salmon team. That's Graham, Linton Prowright. He can go all day. He won the Melbourne to Warrnambool in 2021, did Jensen Plowright. Duffy, he's trying to get onto his wheel, but Plowright giving plenty here. Duffy just goes up behind him now. Plowright knew that he was covered. And that's all they've got to do, the salmon team, is just cover the blue team, cover them, because there's 7 points the difference, and they'd like to have a bigger lead coming to the final sprint. The bell coming up, 5, 3, 2 and 1. On the front is the salmon team, Luke Plapp. Getting thrown in now is Graham Frisley. Frisley gets thrown in the blue. Plapp down the back straight. Frisley in the blue. James Moriarty in the purple. And Ollie Blenheim in the Italian colour. Oh, they're being challenged on the top bend. They're being challenged. Oh, and Plough. Oh, the youngster. He won the Devonport, the wheel race here. And he went around the outside of a world bronze medalist in Luke Plapp. Oh. There's a ball up on the top bend.
So Duffy has gone down. So under the rules, the rider of Plapp will need to stay in. They hope to get Duffy, make sure his equipment's on there. So that he's up, he's on his bike. Ladies and gentlemen, get behind him. Josh Duffy back on the track now. Plapp looks behind. Let's have a look at him. The skin suit is good. There's very little damage on this side. I'm not sure about that side. Hopefully he is okay. He's straight back on, but it would rattle the nerves. It is a 5-point race, but the riders in Seven have a problem. And the problem is, in the sprints, Team Blue are faster. They can't just rest. They've got to play this game right. Frizzly and Prowlright, you said they were the dominants. I said they were dominants. Then they faltered, but they have fixed the problem. And at the end of the race, the team that won went in with the best tactics, the best skills, and are the champions of the Launceston Madison for 2021. There are certainly points all over the place here.
Mathematically, if the blue team can win the 2 sprints and the salmon team runs second, you'll find the blue team will win by 1 point. I've done me maths at school, so that's 6 points the difference, but of course that's got to happen, that the blue team beat the salmon team in the next 2 sprints.
It is, and also added onto that the double points in the last, that makes it safe. So the riders, they know it's coming down to that last sprint, and the positions are oh so important. We are in the Matthew Gilmore sector, ladies and gentlemen, and he's in the infield and he is loving this. The silver medalist from the Olympics in 2000, Matthew Gilmore sector. We are now 13 laps out from the finish here. The 17, Duffy's back in there and he is racing this. Luke Platt knows that he's got a teammate that is full of adrenaline, and we have waiting for any form of movement as we go with 12 laps to go. Hasn't he been a delight? Dalton Stratton on the move and trying to get this one going. The Italian team of the riders moving away, and they've slid it up. They're lit it up on the bell. Salmon's in the bottom bother. The blue team are the best in these sprints. They are chasing. They're lining. He looks comfortable. He is. Jensen Plowright. They have delivered again. Another 5 points. Jensen Plowright. But this isn't over. The points are looking. We've just got some information that the scoreboard may not be correct. Everything up there is unofficial at the moment, but now we are going down to the final wire. The 17 can win it in the last sprint. I'm going to put it fairly simply. I kind of guess, I understand the way these races, the points go, and I've got a feeling whoever, and I think you'll find that the 2 dominant teams, blue and salmon, are going to dominate the final sprint. Whoever wins that is more than likely going to win this race. It can't be backed up with the mathematicals, but we're looking at Duffy and Platt unofficially 51-49. That's the way it goes. There's nothing in it. In fact, if that is the case, ladies and gentlemen, whoever crosses the line highest between salmon and blue could be the winners. If the points are correct, that's only if the points are correct. Whoever crosses the line between salmon and blue will be unofficially the winner. I hate saying that, but that's the way we're playing it. Meanwhile, red and black going away as we see the Italian team coming out and going for it. And now purple's chasing. Purple's going in there. Oh, they're holding him back. They're holding him back. Seven's holding back blue. The race out in front. The stripe team doing everything they can. 5 laps to go, followed by the Italians. The purple team coming. They're all separating. And the 7 team holding him back, holding him back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, should neither team score points, the board would say Salmon's in trouble, but Frizzly's looking over. No, it isn't. It's Jensen Plowright. Plowright blue. I'm just calling the colours, blue and salmon, blue and salmon. That's the bike race. The race is going to be won, the crossover line, 10 points up here. Or is it? Wait, look at the pace of him as we get Duffy. He's lost a little bit. He's fighting. but he's got a blue side in front of him. He's going, and it's going to be Frizzly to chase. Duffy and Frizzly, it's 3 laps to go. They're bringing him back. Every pedal stroke, they're coming up. The Team Purple, they've saved some energy for the last sprint. The points, that's so important. It's still my belief, whoever finishes, whoever crosses the line first between blue and 7 will most likely be the champions. We'll have to wait some time. In comes Luke Plapp. Luke Plapp. Oh, wow. Yippee-ki-yay. Game on. Frizzly's in trouble. His shoulders are rocking. He needs some help. Who's going to help him? Plough rides in. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. You can see it. Team Blue, unofficially the champions. Ladies and gentlemen, I had hoped that they would join together, but please join with me unofficially, if it is the scoreboard, Jensen, Plough Ride. And in the back straight, they are going to join together. So in the meantime, until they come through and celebrate their acknowledgement, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've been entertained. That is a Madison. Please show your appreciation to all the riders, from the invitation, from the women and from the men. What a night of racing, the Madison. And please keep the applause going for our unofficial, I hate saying it, but I've got to say it, our winners at the moment, Jensen, Plowright and Graham Frizzly. I think that'll do.
I'm just going to wait, Paul. I'm just drawing the powder. I was told there might be a discrepancy, so I'm not going to get too excited. You can see them all here checking the points now. They convey those points up to the scoreboard chaps to do the scoring. So checking. Great ride there by the youngsters too, in Jack Mendes and Noah Blanham. Zach Gilmore and young Hamish McKenzie. What a great ride by the two boys in the black and red stripes. So we haven't got the all clear yet. We're still checking. So sit in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Don't move. As Paul said, that was unofficial. That's provisional placings. And you can see if those are the correct points. They're both on 55, but that Graham Frizzly and Jensen Plowright were first across the line in the final sprint. They would be declared the winner. If two teams finish on equal points, that's the team that is the first of those teams across the line. They don't have to be the first team across the line as long as they beat the other team. So conferring. But no doubt about it, James Moriarty and Liam Walsh, the two Queenslanders, will be third. And what a great ride there by young Dalton Stretton and Ollie Blennon. Zach Gilmore and the youngster in Hamish McKenzie in the top 5. Number crunching going on here. Can we have the place getters, thank you, in the invitation Madison and also the women's Madison to start making their way across here to the presentation area, thank you. So the place getters in the invitation Madison and also the place getters in the women's Madison. If you could make your way across the presentations, please. And we'll just wait to confirm the results of the men's Madison. We'll let them do their work there, but we do want numbers to be returned. Thanks, riders. Return your numbers to registration. And of course, your jerseys as well, your road. We're looking for the place getters. I can see young Nicholas Broxton, the first one to come across. His partner in Hayden van der Ploeg. And looking for young Lockie Oliver and also Paul Butler. And also the women, if you'd like to make your way, thank you, over here for presentations while we wait for the final results. AJ and Alec Eves, Hayden van der Ploeg and Nicholas Broxton, and the third place getters. We've got Paul Butler and also Lockie Oliver. We've got the ladies here ready for their presentations. We're just waiting for the, here we come, we've got the winners coming across. See Lockie coming across. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do the presentations now for the mixed Madison, which is the opener for these great Madisons here at the Silverdome. And first of all, in third place, we had the combination of Paul Butler, second place, third place meant sorry, to just walk out, riders. Sorry, walk out in front of your podiums, and then we'll announce them then. Thank you. The Mayor of the City of Launceston, the Mayor, Albert Van Zetten, will be doing the presentations. In third place, his riding partner has gone home, but from the City of Burnie, we've got young Alex Eves, and his partner was GJ Jones. In second place, we have got the youngster in Lockie Oliver and Paul Butler in second. And the winners, ladies and gentlemen, the orange, yellow colours there. This is Hayden van der Ploeg and also Nicholas Broxton. Take your masks off for the photo. A nice new sash there for the two boys from the city of Burnie. Hayden van der Ploeg and Nicholas Broxton. Paul Butler and Lockie Oliver, and the bronze medalist went to Alex Eves. And unfortunately, going back to Burnie Wizzies. So thank you. We're going to hand over now to Paul to do the women's presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Women's Madison in the City of Launceston at the Silverdome will now take place. Presenting the winner's sash will be the Mayor of City of Launceston, Albert Van Zetten. In third place, we'd like to acknowledge our third place getters, Georgia Baker and Sophie Edwards. In second place, please acknowledge Maeve Plouffe and Shannon McCurley. Please join with me in congratulating your Madison champions, Lauren Perry, Chloe Moran. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation to our Madison podium and keep the applause going for all our women Madisons. It was a great spectacle. We will ask our Invitational Madison winners to stay until we get the men's presentation underway. If you think I'm trying to fill, I'm still looking at mathematical geniuses over there, making sure that every sprint is correct. So I'm grabbing Chloe Moran and gonna grab as well Lauren Perry, and just doing the wipe of the microphone. Listen, just give us a moment of apologies there. It looked like it was kind of fun, but it also looked like it hurt a lot.
Yeah, it definitely did hurt a lot. Chloe went out and set us up really well, and so I couldn't let her down, so I had to really dig deep in the end and, yeah, finish it off.
The point started in the first sprint where you were probably surprised that the orange team missed the change. It took them a long time to fix it. Who were you really concerned about? Because we saw the black and white team take the early sprints and they looked fantastic. Were they your main worry coming in, Chloe Moran?
Going in, we thought it would be a really close race with quite a few of the teams, really. So we were just focused on trying to get some of the early points and set us up well for then that last block of sprints to come home strong with that. But yeah, we thought it was going to be a close race for sure.
Did the little halfway sprint, did that catch you by surprise? Because the 45, then the 40, it comes around quick.
Yeah, it was a really unique kind of sprint that we don't have often, but we were ready for that today, and I think that actually helped us to, gain some early points.
I think you'll join with me in saying, look, there were some small problems here and there. When I say problems, it happens in every Madison. But all in all, every rider, not from just the women's Madison, but in the men's Madison and the Invitational Madison, everybody rode exceptionally. I'm going to ask, would you like to see a Madison here every year coming into the future?
Oh, for sure. Every year it's great to see more and more women come out, and if we can get this bigger and better every year, it's just going to be more exciting. More teams, the better, really. And
Lauren, we know it's an Olympic event. The smile just lights up, and there are so many strong riders. Wouldn't you love to be on the Olympic podium as a Madison rider?
Yeah, I think that would be a dream. We have some really talented Madison riders here in Australia, so I think it's actually a possibility in the coming years. And yeah, we'll just have to keep our eyes peeled and see who makes that team.
Girls, would you mind hanging around, because we want to get a photo of all the three teams on the podium as well. And I'm fingers crossed they've got a piece of paper. Ian Ma, can I ask you to, it feels like Eurovision right now. Please give us the votes from the panel of who has won the 2021 Launceston Madison.
After much consideration and checking of numbers, team number 8, Graham Frisley and Jensen Plowright, have been crowned the winners. Second place to Josh Duffy and Luke Platt, and third place to James Moriarty and Liam Walsh. They're all here now, so we'll move on with the presentations. And Paul, you've come all the way down from New South Wales, so we'll get you to do the presentation ceremony once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the 2021 Launceston Madison will now take place. Presenting the sashes to the winner will be the Mayor, Albert Van Zetten of the City of Launceston. Would like to extend our gratitude and congratulations to Team Purple in third place, James Moriarty and Liam Walsh. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, please give a round of applause to our Team Salmon, Luke Platt, Josh Duffy. They had to wait, and boy, were they sweating, but your 2021 Launceston Madison champions, Team Blue, Graham Frisley, Jensen Plowright. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me once again in showing your appreciation to the podium of the men's Madison. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a stellar Madison. We are going to do an interview, but we ask that the Madison winners stay on the podium. We invite the Invitational Madison winners and the Women's Madison winners up onto the podium to showcase our 2021 Launceston Madison. I'll be passing over very shortly to Ian Ma, who will do a wrap-up of the night and also an interview with our champions, and what a delight has been. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the men's Madison winners, the women's Madison winners, and the Invitational Madison winners 2021.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a magnificent day of racing here at the Silverdome in Launceston. And we're going to have a quick chat here now to the champions, ladies and gentlemen. Tired legs, step off there. Jensen Plowright, you combine road with track, but how was it in to win the Launceston Madison?
And great ride out there from all the boys. It wasn't a big field, but they made it exciting and made it a real challenge for us. And these carnivals, we're having a lot of fun out here. So, yeah, can't wait for tomorrow.
What was your plans going into it with Graham? Did you have a set plan what you wanted to do?
We did the elimination, so we're both looking pretty good in that. And we're both pretty quick at the moment. Graham's flying, so we thought we'd leave it up to the sprints, and I think I've had enough length just in case.
Were you worried when Josh and Luke took that lap with 20 points?
Initially, I was probably a little bit concerned, but we already had the points just in case they did. And as soon as they took the lap, we thought we'd just keep chipping away at them, and eventually just pipped them.
Graham, great to team up with your mate Jensen Plowright here to take out the Madison. A magnificent field and a very, very close victory.
Yeah, definitely. We've trained together all through the years through VIS, and then, of course, moving to Adelaide together, and, yeah, trained a lot this year. So, yeah, it's been awesome to round out the year with a win like this.
Of course, Jensen just said you both got very good sprinting legs on, because as well as being endurance riders for a Madison, you've got to be able to sprint as well.
Yeah, exactly. We knew that Luke and Josh were really strong over the longer distance, so they were trying to, we knew their plan was going to be to take a lap at some point in the race, so we knew we had to attack all the sprints straight from the gun to try and not only build up a lead, but also give us some space in the back end.
But look at the scoreboard, 55-55. That was only because you defeated them across the line in that final sprint that you've been crowned the champions.
Yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking there coming into the last sprint. We knew they'd been following us around for a little while and all they were trying to do was beat us, but we managed to get across the line first in the end, so pretty happy with that.
Now you've got to go back, I suppose. Where are you staying tonight?
Out at Ulverston, so yeah, I'm definitely going to sleep well tonight. It's been a big day, but no, looking forward to another big one tomorrow.
Tomorrow, of course, Jensen, a few years ago, you won the Burnie wheel race when you stopped Sam Welch from winning 4 on end. He still hasn't forgiven you. Can you make it a back-to-back?
Well, the back markers have won all of them so far, so with any luck, we'll take out the money tomorrow.
Go home and rest, boys, and all the best tomorrow. Our winners, ladies and gentlemen, Jensen Plowright and Graham Frisley. I know some of the crowd has left, but thank you for your support. You've encouraged the riders right throughout. Give an applause. So thank you very much. On behalf of Paul Kraft, Ian Marr saying, enjoy the rest of your day and hope to see some of you, or not all you, at Burnie tomorrow. So until then, a good afternoon.